as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Updates at the bottom of patch note, teasers, RAQ. Alright, we got 3 things to look at apparently. 3 things to look at apparently. Wait, why do I need patch notes? Oh, update to patch notes is at the bottom. Wait, update to patch notes? Hold the phone. Updates? Changes since the original post. Okay. Earth Shatter. You see of 1 Fisher instead. It now gives 1 Fisher and maximum spike. Okay. Ice Crash. Notes added for Ice Crash. Now deals 15% fizz as extra cold. Oh. That's interesting. Okay. Power Siphon. Old fires 7 at nearby enemies. Now fires 4 to 7 at nearby enemies. Now has 10% more critical strike chance per power charge. Previously 20% increase. And 20% crit multi per power charge. Previously 10%. Are you fucking my dick right now? What do you mean? That's insane. That's actually insane. What are you talking about? What do you mean? That's crazy. That's crazy. People might finally still not play it. No, that's a lot, man. That's a lot. I don't know how to tell you how much that is, but it's a lot. Wow, okay. But it's only clear. I mean, 20% crit multi per power charge and 10% more critical strike chance per power charge is a little bit crazy. That's a little bit crazy. I mean, you can have like 13 power charges. That's insane. And that's just for the quality. You could get the quality at like 60% instead of... You could get the quality at 60% instead of like with the Dialas and whatnot. Higher maybe. I actually have no idea how. I don't think barrage support works with this anymore, because instead of firing additional projectiles at all, it fires projectiles at 4 to 7 nearby enemies rather than at just having projectiles. So if there's only one enemy, it should only fire one projectile no matter what. Oh, that's not quality? Is that just the base gem? Okay. All right. Still insane. Still insane. All right. Old was 10% more damage for Purifying Flame. New now provides 0.2 meter radius and 0.3 meter radius for the conch ground. Ooh. Oh, Purifying Flame totems. Let's go. Purifying Flame totems, anybody? Anybody? Purifying Flame totems? Alright, what is this? Val Power Siphon now has 20% more crit chance per power charge. Cool. Sentinel of Radiance, ruthless only. No one cares. Well... damage in area has been reduced by roughly 35%. Damage in area has been reduced by roughly 50%. Whatever. Whatever. The Divine Fault End of Labyrinth is now a crafting device that can multiply skill and your support gems by turning them into transfigured gems, and quality of experience gems are sacrificed for more. Or sacrifice a gem for one or more treasure keys. Interesting. Okay. Alright, so the new Cyclone no longer has first hit deal features and damage gain 1 stage every 0.2 seconds, lose 1 stage, etc. It now has 10% increase area of effect per 1 additional meter on a melee extract, and that's the same. Previously 8%, that's the same. And a base radius of 1.6 meters, previously 1.1. Ha! Cyclone? Isn't that better? Aren't we fixed now? That's actually 0.2 short of current. Right, except we didn't have area of effect per melee strike range before. Now we do. I don't know the math on this. Someone's going to work out how large you can have it, and that's going to decide whether or not it was exciting. It was just 8 and now it's 10. All right. Well, I need to find out if this can get to a relevant area or not. If it can't get to a relevant area yet, it needs roughly, not in PoE terms, in normal human terms, it needs roughly 50 to 60% more area than what it currently has in the game right now for it to be a skill I would want to play. For it to be a skill I would want to play, it needs about 50% more area than it currently has. So we'll see about that. I'm sorry. Did they make Vortex worse again? It kept its cast increase that gutted it. It kept its can't be cast on Frostbolt that made it also garbage. And then they thought, you know what? We'll add on an extra mana cost as well, just to make sure nobody uses it. And also, if you really, really liked Vortex, actually go fuck yourself. That's fine. Okay, sure. I wasn't going to play Vortex anyway, so whatever. Added the following note for EK. No longer leaves lingering blades on the ground for every 3 projectiles fired. No longer has maximum fury, blah, blah, blah. If you don't cast the spell yourself. It no longer has increased projectile speed or the duration tag. Okay. Okay. I mean, it no longer leaves lingering blades on the ground. So it doesn't need the rest of those things because it no longer leaves lingering blades at all. So that's a bit rough. I tried Cold Dot in the event league. Saw my league start prep done. Bummer. Sentinel's still fine as heck. Yeah, Sentinel's still good. Sentinel's still good. Cold Dot is questionable. Very questionable. Cold Dot. Okay, what was the next thing? There was more stuff. Something came up today that prevented us from getting the first pack of trans gems out. No, that's what I thought I was going to be looking at. Oh. Oh. We apologize for the delay. And we release them as soon as possible. I'll hold you over. Check out the Icicle Mine gem and its transfiguration variants. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Icicle Mine of Fanning has more damage. Oh, read the greenish text first. Okay. Throws a mine that fires projectiles around it when detonating. These projectiles quickly dissipate as they travel before disappearing. Throws a mine that fires projectiles at enemies when detonating. These projectiles quickly disappear as they travel before disappearing. Huh. Throws projectiles around it when detonating. Throws projectiles at enemies when detonating. That's interesting. And this one. Throws a mine that fires projectiles around it when detonating. These projectiles quickly dissipate as they travel before disappearing. What? That's the same. Okay, so now we got to read all of the blue text stuff. So normal Icicle Mine. Fanning has more damage. Sabotage has less damage. Oh, hello, buddy. Okay. Base duration's the same. Mine lasts 5 seconds. Fires 7 projectiles on the normal. 5 on this one. 5 on this one. Fires projectiles at a circle. Fires projectiles Additional projectiles for every 2. Additional projectiles for every 2. Okay, so this one's got increased aura effect, 20%. That's cool. Also, this has changed. Each mine applies 40% increased critical strike chance against enemies near it, up to 500%. 40% increased critical strike chance with hits instead of 10% on the others. So, okay. Some fires in a circle. So this one's actually worse in every way unless you're using it as a support, basically. This is your support can give you 500% crit chance. These are better. Don't you just use fanning all the time? Don't you just use fanning all the time? Tell me why you don't just use fanning all the time. Yeah, it's also got way more res on this one. And way less effective damage and way less crit. You should use fanning all the time, right? The effective mana costs are different? Yeah. Yeah. This is a support mine for support players. You use this one because it comes from the vendor and you can have it. And then you use this one forever as soon as you can get it. Oh. Hello, buddy. Hello, buddy. You come over for pets? You come over for pets? Jump through like 1,000 hoops to get 3 works fireballs just to join the stream. Holy shit. Oh. Hey, buddy. I love how the blue is different. Me too, but the one that looks the coolest to me is the one that I'll never use because it's for supports. It's actually a really good gem. It's just not interesting for me because I don't play with supports usually. Do you read Tube Stream or only Twitch? Both. I read both. I assume it's a cone, so less clear. When it says fires at enemies, I'm assuming it's targeting enemies. But you could be right. It could be less clear. I'm assuming it's targeted enemies like Power Siphon does, not targeting enemies like Ethereal Knives would, for instance. But if I'm wrong, then yes, you would use this if you wanted clear focus and this if you wanted single target. But if I'm right, you just put chain in for clear. It fires 2 less projectiles, but it guarantees that they're aiming at mobs and it deals more damage. So I don't see any reason that you wouldn't use this one. Hey, buddy. This is Biscuit. Say hi, Biscuit. We want them to remove lab and they made lab a permanent force. You know, I also agree with that. I'm not gonna complain about it too heavily because I really like these trans gems, these other gem kinds. I think the whole thing is really cool. It seems fucking weird that they're like forcing lab to be even more important when it's like hated by the majority of people. There are some people who really love it, but not many. And then they didn't rework lab at all. They didn't change any of the things people complain about. And then they forced a more important mechanic into it. So now we have to have lab runners. Is a little weird. It's a little weird. The biggest problem with lab, to be honest, it makes YouTube cool factor +5. Nice. The weirdest thing about lab, to be entirely honest, is that it doesn't ever get any of the league stuff. It's actually one of the biggest reasons why lab is so shit, is because every time you make a lab runner, you're opting out of engaging with the league entirely. In almost every league we've ever had, the stuff doesn't actually happen in lab. Well, you don't have to remove silver doors, because silver doors are like optional content, side rooms and stuff, so they're cool. Why are there no enchants? What the heck's happening? SFB, man, you did not watch the announcements at all, did you? There are no enchants. There are no alt quality gems. Oh, hello. Is it time to go? Is that what we're standing up for? Hey, beautiful. Hello. Yeah. Okay, I'll let you down if you want. Is that what we want to do? Are you trying to get let down, or are you trying to climb up on my shoulder? I'm not sure. No, you're looking at the door. I think you're trying to get down. Okay, down time. Good boy. Did you see the boot clarification? No. No, I did not. Okay, well, that's what we're getting on next. Hang on. Yoink. Okay. When do you earn Wildwood Ascendancy points? Wait, was there one more teaser and I missed it? I think I already closed off whatever that was on. Oh, I think I already closed off that window. Wait, Control Shift T. And then T again. Nope, it's gone. No, it's gone. Okay, what do you got? Aha, right. If you animated to the grand center over the chest during labs, yeah, I remember. In Path of Exile Fiction, Paranormal Huntress conceal charms, and blah, 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 you can check out charms. Ooh. Huh. 15% increased effective flasks? And 9% suppress, which is nice, but that's... So, assuming that's max rolled, I could put in 3 of them. That's still 45% increased effective magic flasks that I could get. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh. For the people who aren't super active in the Discord, I had a really great idea for the private league. Really great idea. After I get set up early, after I can start doing Ubers and Uber carries for people and whatnot, what I'm thinking is like a week or two in, when I'm like able to do Ubers and do stone carries and everything and do all that, I start making alts, except I make them for other people who are in the private league. Like you've got an idea or a build you want or a build you want to see covered. I make the thing in the private league, make content on it, min-max it as best as I can within the private league, and then give it away to the person who wanted it, and then move on to the next build idea from somebody else, make it, give it away. Is there a command over here for the private league? There are actually just no commands on YouTube because I haven't figured out how to get the bot to show up in YouTube. There are just no commands in YouTube at all. Now that's being content brained, right? Starting a private league this league, yes. Sounds like breaking TOS. Nope, it's not. I mean, I'll have to double check, but I don't think it is, because we're not in the trade economy and it's a everyone shares everything league. I am included in the everyone shares everything league. Yeah, and it's not like sub-based or guild-based or donation-based or money-based, and there's no like buy-in to get into the private league. Like, there's nothing like that. It's just everyone all the time. Small, so we read all the rest of them. Okay. This is really fucking cool. It's not viewer-based either. No. It's really not. Just the OAQ left now. It's an FAQ. Okay? Like, we can call it, you can call it whatever you want. It's an FAQ. Oh, buddy. Is mum not here? Aw. Poor little dude. They mean different things. I mean, they mean different things like technically, but in like colloquial use, they do not mean different things. Like the way they're actually used, they don't. It's the same thing. Like technically it's different, but not in uses. Randomly ask questions. The private league members get pizza parties. That'd be great. I'd like a pizza. All right, so how do we earn the Ascendancy points? You'll earn the first 2 points are required when you meet the associated NPC and choose their specialization. Okay, well, I know what everyone should do while leveling. Right away, immediately, you're going to take the guy as soon as you see him that gives you 30% movement speed on boots and a bunch of other shit. That node that's immediately there, that's used for leveling for all characters. Congratulations, done. No gems, sockets in your boots. And then if you want res and the other stuff, work that out, build specific, whatever, right? But at least nothing in your boots, grab 30% movement speed, go. Won't be till Act 3, apparently. That's fine. 30% movement speed in Act 3? Okay, sure. Thanks. Who cares? Wherever it shows up, I'll take it. The next 4 points come from the next 2 quests for each NPC. The final 2 points come from defeating King of the Mist, which will unlock the final 2 points for all 3 Ascendancies. If you do this quest in advance and you through multiplayer, it will count towards the points even if you aren't at that stage. Okay, good. So a few good things here. One, you can do them early through multiplayer. That's great, which means you can get carries. If somebody can kill the boss early and you can't, you can just get a carry and get your extra point. That's fantastic. Two, as far as I'm concerned, this also confirms 100% that it will remember where you are up to. If you change between them and change back, you're never going to have to redo the quests, which we were pretty sure would work that way, but it wasn't actually explicitly said. We just assumed it would. This confirms it will. Otherwise, you wouldn't get all 3 Ascendancy final 2 points from doing just the King of the Mist once. So if anyone was concerned about that, you don't have to be anymore. We were already pretty sure that was how it was going to work, but we weren't 100% sure. Now we're 100% sure. So that's fine. What if respecking it takes another 50 orbs of regret? I don't think that it will. And about the Ravenous answer? We'll keep reading. We'll read the rest of these in a minute. We're going to let the ad break finish. Do we have to redo them for every character we reroll? I suspect we will. I'm pretty sure yes, but I'm not 100% sure. Evening. I'm gonna be your Seven Seeker Warrior Disciple. Alright, I've also decided what I'm doing tomorrow morning. My job tomorrow morning, because I'm gonna get home from work around 10, is to set up everything on YouTube properly. Because we've still got like YouTube chat and I can read it and whatnot. And we've got some alerts, but like I don't have a bot set up over there. The alert setup is pretty dodgy, so you can see it, but it's not as cool as when people like sub on Twitch and whatnot. And YouTube's like getting some action now, which is interesting. So I guess we'll commit for this league to YouTube as well and have it set up properly. Ads are over. Let's keep moving. The one thing that I want to make sure I fix on YouTube is make sure that the default sub button is that cheapest option. Because I made the YouTube member option. There's a bottom one, which is only 99 cents. It's called It's a Numbers Game. I was hoping to get as many people signed up to that as possible because it's a numbers game. But for some reason, the default when you click on it is like the tier 2 one. Telexia informed me of that earlier. And I think that was maybe the only one you could gift as well. Which is weird. That should all be the 99 cent one. I want the 99 cent one to be the default. So I gotta fix that too. Don't know how. Know nothing about YouTube. But I'll figure it out. Your YouTube messages not coming through. YouTube messages are not coming through. I have no idea why. It thinks this is the bot program that runs it normally, and I've toggled it off and on, and I've actually deleted it and put it back in. It thinks my Twitch is offline. I've reauthorized it and everything. I don't know what's going on. I do not know why it thinks Twitch is offline. Yeah, it actually says offline here as well, but
get your magic find characters ready.
This is faded when I don't go live, and then when I go live, it becomes solid like this. And Twitch used to do that as well.
Through ads when I had a Twitch Prime sitting their forehead.
Guzzin, thank you very much for the Prime. So this offline is if I'm actually streaming through restream.io, which I'm not. So they're both offline because I'm not actually using restream.io to stream. But when they become solid, that does mean that it's live. It just isn't live through Restream. And when I'd first set it up, both of these went solid when I went live, and the chat went forward and back, right? But now only this one realizes when it's live on its own. And I dug through the member list. The Restream bot isn't in here. Okay, but it is though. Because otherwise, how is it getting all the information from Twitch to post it into the YouTube chat? Where is it getting that from? All right, let's keep moving through the thing anyway. How many times have you been asked, how's the SRS guide coming? I mean, I haven't touched it yet because I didn't need to. Realistically, it's going to be very little work because nothing changed. It's exactly the same. Do exactly what you always did. The only thing that's changed is that tattoos won't exist. So the changes we made this league because of tattoos, revert them. Go back to the way we were before that. That's it. Everything's perfect. I will still make a new video on it, and we will still go, like there'll still be a new video, and I will still go and go over the new skill trees and like what I think will work and whatnot, like what your goals should be for the new Ascendancies and how those will work. So that'll be a video coming out this week sometime. Ben said to play SRS as a champion because Necro's ass. Ben's got 17 fingers on each hand. For regular human beings like you and me, champion is ass to play. Trash. Good luck keeping up with all the management. Have fun. I'm gonna post links over here without being... Oh. Do you not want to... no, hang on. We won't do that. We won't do that. The answer is I have no idea. I have no idea. Try it and find out. You try and change the bitrate. I changed nothing. If I had changed anything, I would be suspicious of whatever that change was. Hello, BBB. How you doing? How does Relicash Impatience work? For most purposes, it's the same as actually having maximum charges. You'll gain the inherent stats granted by the charges. Anything that gives you stat per charges will be had if you have maximum charges and so forth. It just removes the abuse case of involving unequipping the boots and then spending the charges, although the bonuses are also no longer tied to being stationary. That's actually huge. Those boots will be really good. Tinctures not applying the spells will be a downer. Yeah, a little bit, but there's so much going on in those trees that it's sort of feels fine. Yeah, these boots are actually going to be like so much better. Those boots don't have quant on them. Morning. BBB, but we're doing Communist League. I mean, Baylor Private League. A private league start. It'll be fun. One of us. One of us. One of us. Tinctures and corpses sold by the new NPC. It's tradable. Yep. Is a ravenous buff lost when I change zone? Does the buff persist after I die? I want the answer to be it's actually a permanent buff. It doesn't matter if you change zones and die, because that would make it good. I expect it to be something along the lines of no, it does not persist if you die or change zones. We intended this to be something you change every single zone you play in. You gotta make it based on the map you're currently in, which will essentially make it trash and no one will want it.
Carp.
In most cases. The buff does not persist between areas or through death. The intent is that you pick a monster type based on the zone you're in, whether that map primarily consists of a particular monster type. Purchasable torches can be used in cases where you need bonus for a particular reason. Fucking nailed it. Do I know GDG or what? Yeah, it's trash. Don't worry about that one. That one's just actually bad. Mention maybe being Eldritch, or all bosses Eldritch, or not all bosses are Eldritch. Right. I didn't miss it. I was just reading. I've only got one voice box. I heard the thing. But yes, also, Fox, thank you very much for the 15-month resub. Just considering Expedition being undead only, Legion to no breach syndrome? Maybe, I don't know. Okay, do micro distillery belts disable the tincture placed in the 5th slot? I actually think this is going to work. Tinctures aren't flasks. I think this should work. The micro distillery belts disable tinctures placed in the 5th slot. Nope, as tinctures are not flasks. Huge. Huge. That's really cool. Maybe Zuline, thank you very much for the T1 sub. Can you reconsider making the new purchasable costs being able to be desecrate? The list of losing specters by just weapon swapping accidentally a corpse or getting eaten by trigger, etc. No, they're not going to reconsider that. They should. We have a solution to this issue that will prevent the specters from being lost in hideout in town due to changing items around, etc. Oh, do you? If you leave town in a way that would cause you to lose your specters, then they will spawn on the ground around you in the next area you enter. If you lose your specters in any way in a hideout, it will spawn as a corpse on the ground. If a corpse is spawned this way, only the owner of the corpse will be able to use Raise Specter on it. That's a really weird and kind of janky way to fix it, but it fixes it in a majority of cases. That definitely alleviates some of the problems. It's a weird solution. Just put them on the fucking... Just put them in the desecrate pool. It's so much less work than this janky shit, but at least there's a solution. This is better than what we had. It's okay. We're halfway there. This fixes half the problems, I guess. Sure. Does each Wildwood NPC have wisps allocated with it? Yes, there are 3 of them. There are 3 colors of wisps. What do you mean? Well, how is that a question? How is this a regular question enough to answer in a post? Wisp can be used to purchase charms. Wild wisp can be used to purchase making oaths, and vivid wisp will be used for that. Yep. As mentioned, vivid wisp was associated with primal huntress, and primal wisp has since been changed to the above. Okay, sure. I'll admit it was tanky, but this was very clear. This was very clear. I wasn't confused about this at all. We were given... I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't pay attention to which kind of wisp was for which NPC. To be clear, I never paid any attention to that at all. What I did notice is that there were 3 colors of wisps, 3 NPCs, and 3 ascendancies. And the link there in my head seemed pretty clear. 1 color wisp would be for 1 ascendancy that would come from 1 NPC. Right? Like that seemed very clear to me. Oh. Why did Summon Raging Spirits get its minions deal more damage line removed? Spoiler, it didn't. Well, it did, but it's baked into the gem now. Everything is fine. Calm the fuck down. Like I've been saying for 4 days. Raging Spirits basic attack now have increased damage and damage effectiveness scaling with gem level, roughly matching the old deal more damage modifiers. The result is almost similar damage after the changes. This does mean that Summon Raging Spirits will now not be as strong with minion instability. There might be a trans gem to help figure that out though. You don't say! You don't say. Hang on, there's some fucking replies in my YouTube video. I've just got to go. I'm just going to copy this and paste it about 16 times in my own YouTube comments. I'm not actually going to do that. That seems passive aggressive as fuck. Those people know they're wrong. I don't need to go call them out. What happened to the old labyrinth enchant system? That was very clear. What's wrong with passive aggressive, especially if it's informative? You know, the answer is actually I don't know, but what I do know is that when I say stuff that's passive aggressive, people get really fucking mad. Like real mad. Even when I do it in like a joking way, or even when I do it in what I perceive as a joking way, people get real fucking mad. I don't know why, so I just don't do it. Or at least I do it less. Or at least I try to do it less. I don't always succeed. I'm already mad right now. He's too flouncy as it is. Oh my god. Okay. Globally, or only do attacks with your weapon. Only do attacks with your weapon. Stats from tinctures are... The tinctures will only apply to attacks with the weapon. The stats from tincture are not local to the weapon. They're just restricted to only applying to weapon attacks. Oh no! Tinctures will also work... That means they will work with remote skills such as ballistas and blade traps. While dual wielding tincture only try to main attacks. Tincture will not work with minions that are based on your weapons, such as Dancing Devilish. This also means that that sword we were looking at for the skeletal warriors is dead as well. This also means that blink arrow, mirror arrow stuff also out. So no iron mass, no blink arrow, mirror arrow, no Alakaris, none of those things that we were hoping to use tinctures with. All out the window, all gone, none of them work. Weird restriction, buddy, but okay. It's not like... This isn't an answer that's like less fun. It's an answer that's like the third line. This is a user weapon such as ballistas and blade traps. Yeah, I didn't mention ballistas and blade traps. Ballistas and blade traps will work. Ballista and blade traps will work. The weapon whatever won't work. The blink arrow, mirror arrow won't work. All that sort of shit won't work. You mentioned the spell tech could technically work with tinctures. I mean, the attack that you use while spell slinging will have the tinctures applied, but it won't apply to the spell that you trigger with it. I don't know. We don't have a list of what like all the tinctures are, so there could be reasons to do that that would be very cool, but not the ones we've seen so far. All quality gems, we're converting them to regular quality type and maintaining the same value. Gross. When you change back to the whiteboard center, you've already completed quests first. Will they still be completed? Well, I feel like we just sort of just answered that earlier, but the answer is yes, they will still be completed. Yeah. We kind of just answered that like in a separate question. With a metamorph being removed, what'll happen to the metamorph stash tab? Wasn't that in the thing? It'll become the ultimatum stash tab. Right, that was in the patch notes, wasn't it? Not only was that in the patch notes, it was also in the announcement. Use some of these questions as fillers, make them up. Oh no, I don't believe they make them up. What's easier to believe, BVP? There's two options here. Which one sounds more realistic? The option that they just make up some filler questions and they just think up some outrageous questions on their own and just add them so it sounds like a longer thing. Or the second option, people are really stupid and sometimes they ask really stupid questions. And sometimes enough people ask the same stupid question that they just answer it even though it seems obvious because enough people have asked a dumb question. You go, well, I don't know how this is like, I don't know how this is yes, option number 2. I work as a technical support option engineer. Number 2, option 2 is the right answer. Well, sometimes people ask stupid things. Here's the thing. Even though I make fun of a question like that, if enough people have asked it, here's the thing. This is interesting. Not just this question, but every single thing in life. It's a numbers game. It's just a numbers game. A question stops being a stupid question if enough people asked it. Right? A question stops being a stupid question if enough people ask it. It does. But this applies to all things. This applies to all things. Everything in life. If enough people do it, it's not stupid anymore. Good question about how past brand skill. Chains of command should be able to generate weapons from them, right? Yes. Probably, yeah. YouTube's coming through on Twitch since the Twitch ones are coming through on YouTube. No. Your YouTube comments are not coming through to Twitch chat. Twitch comments are coming through to YouTube chat. I don't know why. It's been like this for about 4 or 5 days now. It's really annoying. It's super inconvenient. I haven't been able to fix it and I don't know why. If enough people ask a stupid question, but it would warrant a research of why it's so stupid. No. If enough people do something, it's not stupid. It works on everything, even in real life. Look at religion. Pick any religion. If 15 people came out today and were like, this guy who's the same guy who he made a son in the real world who's actually just him, and then we killed him and resurrected him and he saved us. They're crazy. They're crazy. It's fucking mental. You're a mental case. You need to go to a hospital. But if enough people believe it, now it's a respected religion. It's all just a numbers game. If enough people do a thing or say a thing or believe a thing or ask a question or act in the same way, then if enough people do it, it becomes a thing that's legitimate and not a stupid thing anymore. So that's the problem with Scientology. It's not big enough. It's not big enough. If there were 12 times as many people in Scientology, then it wouldn't look like a stupid thing anymore. It's not big enough. I mean, realistically, all your religions look dumb to me, so I guess it still would look stupid to me, but you know. You get the idea. If enough people are doing something, it's fine. All your religions look dumb to me. What are you, a freaking alien? I mean, no, just all of the religions look dumb to me. Every one of them looks silly to me. We're waiting for transfiguration gems. Yeah, we were supposed to get some today, but something happened, so we can't. We didn't get details.
First we hear Nessa.
We didn't get details on what, but I expect we'll get some tomorrow. It's the yaw that's sticking in my Corvella. Oh, like all, well, I mean, what am I going to say? All our religions? Like, how many religions do you think I have? I'm sorry, was it the one that paused through at the bottom and I'm just stupid?
Come here.
Yeah, it must have been. There's been answers over I'm just low IQ. But the change to relic is bad for discharge, right? Yes. Although that wasn't explicitly answered. But yes. Like it was. It just wasn't directly. They didn't directly say you can't discharge them, but they did. But it's incredibly good for a whole lot of other things now. So it's not a discharge skill anymore, but it is. They are fucking great. What do you think about an afterlife? Is that silly as well? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know about that one. What skill is this? Pyroclast Mine. It would end up being Hex Blast Mine, but without a curse on hit of some kind, and also a whatever you call the ring that I've forgotten the name of again. Without those two things, it shouldn't really be Hex Blast. So all the practice just has to be as Pyroclast, because that's what I'll play until then.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Still worth using Unleash over gem quality? Yes. That new gem quality is literally worthless to us. We don't care whether it's got... I don't care if your SRS gem is 23% quality or 0. The new SRS quality is actually literally the most worthless quality I've ever seen on any gem. It does literally nothing. 38% isn't nearly enough to make it good enough to drop. Hang on, can I drop that? I can. To make it good enough to drop Unleash. And since we can't drop Unleash, it really just doesn't matter. So that's the only real nerf that SRS got, is it lost 20% movement speed and the new quality is worthless. If the new quality was 100%, I would then be at a stage where I felt like I wanted to test it in game and it might be good enough. Maybe if it was 100%, if it was going to summon 2 skulls every time, then maybe that might be okay. But 38% is not. 25% is not. Like, it's not going to do it. You're going to need Unleash still. And if you need if you've got Unleash in, there's no problem maintaining 20. It's very easy. So the quality does literally nothing. And unfortunately, we lost the best quality of life thing that you can get for minions, which is movement speed. But we were stacking movement speed everywhere and investing very heavily into it. So really, we just lost like the earliest, easiest movement speed scaling. So long term, it'll be fine. We also lost the divergent melee splash. That is true as well. So that's like a little bit of a nerf, but we'll just use woke melee splash or regular. It's fine. Technically, we lost the helmet enchant too for duration. We never used that. That was never part of the build. So we didn't really lose it because it was never really used. I guess we lost it as an option, but it's an option we never took anyway. Did the splash poison too? It did. But the divergent melee splash was just slightly better clear than the regular melee splash. We lost the RMR, realistically? Yes. But the version that needed RMR was the version that would use an Ashes instead of an Ulls. That's the version that needed a Helm Enchant RMR if you were going to go Ashes to make up the difference and be able to fit an extra aura in. But since Ashes lost the RMR as well, it's also no longer an option. So now we're just looking at Ulls. Enchanter. Thoughts on Specters? Specters are still all trash and you'll never keep them alive as a single player person. So don't worry about the new Specters. Don't try and run the new Hydra Specter. It's especially got a low health pool. We can't even keep tanky Specters alive with how they're currently balanced. So that's worthless to us. Don't worry about Specters. Couldn't you just use an RMR to get the cluster back in? No. You needed a Helm enchant and Ashes to be able to fit in a extra aura. But in the and with the Ul setup, you didn't need either. Ul's is enough on its own. And we were using the enchant for something else. More damage or more minion movement speed or whatever it is. More life if you wanted, more suppress if you wanted. Like it was like a free slot we didn't actually need. We're just back to only having that setup where Ul's is the go-to for min-maxing and there are no like the Ashes option doesn't really exist. Interestingly enough, Dragonflight might actually exist now because the new scaling on the gem might actually lean itself to wanting levels more than we did before, but that's going to require testing. Not for poison though. Not even for poison. It will need testing though. It's interesting that minion builds in the Cirrus fight is a hard pass. No, I've killed Cirrus with SRS a bunch. Tons of minion builds can kill that. The way they described the minion is that damage effectiveness would also go up per level. So it could be that level stacking SRS becomes very, very, very good for poison because of all the flat damage that we add through Abyssal Jewels, Envy, and the Covenant. It's a large amount of flat. So if you're going to increase the damage efficiency just by levels, instead of just getting 1% more, you're going to get increased efficiency on the base gem. It might make levels very, very good for poison, but we'll need some testing, like actual in-game testing, to find out whether it's worth it or not. Good. I found a lot of boss kills several leagues back. It actually seems really good, yeah. LOL. Nice exalted orb. Pyroclast seems actually like surprisingly good. What skill is this? Pyroclast mine. Are you ready for Friday? Me too. I'm ready right now. I wonder how many people have signed up to the private league so far. We're hoping to get around 100 or at least 100. If it's a little over 100, that would be fine because some people will quit. $71 people so far. Nice. I would, but I'm already playing with a group of friends. Bring them. What do you mean? What's up with the private league? I don't know what we're calling the league yet. I still haven't figured out its name, but TLDR, there is no trading for currency. It is a group found league between everybody. So if you find something you don't need, you give it away. And if you need something someone else has got, you take it. And it's just a big group found. Think like BPL, but only with one team. Lucy Goosey. What are you trying to make? I'm off for the next couple of days. When does Affliction come out? This week. At normal league, like league start time. You can't migrate from private to trade. You can migrate from a private league to trade whenever you want. You can happily leave the private league whenever you like. The only rules for leaving the private league will be the only rule for leaving the private league is that you do not leave the private league with something you didn't drop that's a really, really big, expensive, rare thing. So if you're like using an Uber boss drop for your build that someone else got, don't leave the league with that. But that doesn't mean strip your character down. It just means like don't take the headhunter or the mage blood that we've been passing around the private league out of the private league. Like not the big expensive thing, but other than that, take everything else that you need, right? Like don't strip your character. We're not trying to leave you poor if you go over to trade or anything. And you can bring out anything you find. If you're the one that finds a mage blood on the ground, you're like, oh man, I was enjoying this private league thing, but now that I've got a mage blood, I need to be over in trade. You can leave with it. It's yours. You dropped it on the floor. It's fine. Just don't leave with someone else's.
I need more.
Right? Just don't leave with someone else's. That's all. You can keep your stuff, but leave our stuff. Yep. Yeah, don't leave the league with a mage blood or a Calandra's touch thing, or like, if by some fucking miracle we end up with a forbidden set, that like things that would be like near impossible to replace in a private league, like don't run away with those. Basically, it just boils down to don't be a dick, right? Like that's all it is. Is your league start filter ready? I mean, well, technically no. They can't be until Neversync does the league update that normally happens the night before league start while I'm asleep. They won't actually be ready until like an hour before the league starts because they really can't. And that's the same time they're always ready every league. They'll be ready about an hour before league start. Okay, I much prefer the pathing I've done here. I'm very happy with this. Can't leave with that unique shirt you're wearing. I don't even know where this one came from. This one came from like some op shop somewhere. I think you're letting her into an earshot for the first time. I mean, I do think Lightning Arrow and Tornado Shot are going to be really, really good. Potentially even better than last time. But is it a good time to first try it? The answer might be no. Because the standard way we built it that's like established is gone. It's going to have to be built differently. And the people who really know what they're doing will be building them differently immediately. But if it's the first time you start it, make sure you follow a reliable content creator who's also starting it. Somebody you can trust so you can see how they're doing shit. Like if Crouching's starting it again, that's fine. Follow his shit. Did you guys see the poison tincture for righteous fire? There can't be a poison tincture for righteous fire. Because no tincture would affect righteous fire because tinctures only affect weapon attacks. Is there a Discord for the private league? There's just a Discord channel in my Discord at I'd say at !Discord, but YouTube doesn't have commands yet. I'm so sorry. Somebody in Twitch chat can do !Discord and it'll link it to you. I will fix that tonight. I'm sorry. I will figure out how to get my commands over on YouTube. YouTube viewers are second-class citizens. I mean, you say that, but YouTube can see all of the links, all of the typing from Twitch, and Twitch cannot see any of the typing from YouTube. So, like, YouTube gets the full picture right now, and Twitch doesn't. I will fix it. I will fix it. I don't know what happened. It broke itself, and so I was hoping it would fix itself, and it didn't. Let me link the Discord in the YouTube channel if it doesn't happen. There.
Good tidings to you.
I'll give it a minute now. Cool. There is also a global channel that is a Balor global channel in game. It's not mandatory for the private league for you to be in it, but I do think that you should be in it, especially if you're in the private league. It is 22567.
You've killed. Good work clearing another part.
When people are doing like anything that might involve carries, like unique maps or anything like that, like that's where all that will be. It's also just where all of our normal conversation, like in text, will be. Instead of in guild chat, it's just going to be in global chat most of the time because not everyone is in the guild. 22567. It spells Balor. 22567. It's Balor. That's what that is. Like, is there a max of 5 numbers for channels? I actually have no idea. Hey, but did you see the FAQ thing with SRS? Yeah. The thing that just confirmed what I've been telling everyone for days? I did see that. Vindication! I thought about going through my YouTube comments and finding like the 30 people who were like different variations of Big L for Baylor. He's definitely wrong about this one. And like just commenting the patch note under all of their comments. But I ran that interaction past the pi filter and it didn't track. I was like, maybe I won't do that. They know they were wrong. They don't need me to rub it in.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Good choice. Yeah, yeah. They know. I would have because I'm salty like that. I think I'll be living in the Pee-wee Help Me channel. Tried to try Hexblast and I saw it was mines. I don't like mines. Ah, well, it is a mine build. There's actually a version of Hexblast that I saw that was like an Elementalist Ignite build. I don't know how that goes. Oh yeah, 225 to the Discord. Oh, you don't. That's an in-game channel. I mean, there's a global game, in-game global chat for the private league if you want it. You just type /global 22567 and it'll put you into the global chat. 22567, which is where I am. That's actually just a permanent Baylor chat. So that we can have like so that I can have global chat on and like people can type and we can talk and converse, but without being in the like just absolute cancer of the regular global channels. I'm looking at another LA, but I'm getting burned out on that. Pick something else, man. Do Caustic Arrow, Toxic Rain, Pathfinder. Start with that because depending on what shit you get during the league, Pathfinder can be changed into so many different builds. And you can base it on like what tinctures you get. You just start with Toxic Rain because it's like generic and easy. And then as you collect stuff, you go, oh, I could play this, or I could play that, or I could play that. You can change it into anything. Low-key, I think if you know what you're doing with RF, you can do an RF Inquisitor League start just fine. By Pathfinder, where you just get Flask effect from the League Ascendancy. Because they stack. What do you mean? You can get Flask effect from your Ascendancy and Flask effect from the charms. Double Flask effect. As I don't have another. Alright. We're doing Frostblade's Deadeye or Frostblade's Trickster. Trickster's better, I think, for Frostblades. Did take a bit of a hit because Frostblades did use that helmet that I've forgotten the name of. Yeah, heat shivers took a hit, but it didn't become worthless. It somehow, despite it taking a hit, they didn't nerf it 17 times from 14 different angles. And so they didn't actually kill it on the spot. They just, like, it still looks pretty usable, actually. You could make an build. You could do that. Make it mad, I got good things, got you. Because the problem spells and bows, not the helmet. I think you're looking at that wrong, Agent A. I don't think that was the problem at all. I think the problem is that a lot of melee builds were relying on the busted interaction from Heat Shiver to be able to do enough damage to even be viable. The problem with that lies in those melee attacks, not in the helmet.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Do you think they'll keep most of the transfigured gems for us to discover on League launch? No, they'll be releasing as many of them as they possibly can. We should get our first set of them tomorrow, and then probably a set every day. They will release as many of them as they possibly can. Decided to come join on the Twitch chat. Why, hello. Wait, was that not? Did I not? I thought I saw a waypoint and then was like, oh yes, I should go up, but it didn't. I'll see the just a whole hux. So I don't think they will. The thing is, RF, the new RF gem is a huge buff to some versions of the min-maxed endgame versions of RF. It's just a lot harder on your gear and knowledge than it was before. It is no longer like a noob friendly starter build option really at all. Your generic, like, I don't really understand the game, I just follow these guides kind of player, grabbing Righteous Fire and going for a run will now be miserable. You won't be able to clear maps, it'll be terrible. But if you know what you're doing and you build it either as an Inquisitor to start with or as a second build with good gear, it'll still be really, really good. I still think it was a mistake. I think they should have just left RF. But I just don't think RF was a strong enough build to need nerfing or a popular enough build to need nerfing, but oh well. Should there be a sheet for high-end items so we know who gave what in case people quit so we can go and get it back from the right person? So even Robert, or however I say that. So really high-end items, that's exactly what we plan on doing. I don't know if there'll be a sheet, but there will be 1 or 2 officer-only tabs in the guild that only officers can remove from.
Catch my breath.
And that won't be, so some of those really big ticket items will be like under lock and key there, but it's, the important part is they're not under lock and key so that nobody can use them. Anybody can take them. It's for 2 reasons. One, we want to make sure you're using them properly, like actually in a build that you don't want someone picking up the only Omni amulet we've got in hopes of building an Omni build that they're struggling to put together, while somebody else has a full Omni set and is ready to go, but doesn't have the omniscience yet, so they can't make it, right? You want to make sure it's, if a big item exists, it's getting used properly, and we want to make sure that it like comes back when you're done with that build, right? Those are the only reasons they're going to be under lock and key. So they're not going to be like held tight or anything. It's just that they're just going to be kept there so any officer can pull it out and give it to you. And they're not going to have to like check with me or anything. Like it's not to keep it away from people. It's just to keep an eye on the really, really good items.
Take
right?
the black flag. It once fluttered from the mast of the Black Crest, Whalem Roth's ship. Throw it into the flames of the beacon. It's your only chance of reaching me, of turning this tide. The king can't keep secrets like this from me any longer. It's just...
You see Vortex got nuked again today? I don't know about nuked. It was just a little extra mana cost, but it doesn't matter. Adding mana cost to a skill no one's going to use anymore. Oh no. Been passive under the poison carrion. Nope. I've not. I was doing it yesterday and the numbers seem cracked. I'm sure it's good. They just not want cold dot in the game anymore, apparently. So I'm new to the guild. Say I want something in there. Do I get dibs or whatever? I ask for something. But someone else says they're saving it for someone. It's just first come first serve, or asking for us, so we're doing the same kind of build. It's not. There's no like. I'm gonna be honest. The answer is I haven't really thought through any of these things. But like, if you're ready to build your omniscience build, like you've got it. And you need the omniscience from chat, or like from a guild stash tab. I'm not going to be like, no, you can't have it. It's bookmarked for this other person who's still building their gear. Nope, too bad. It's yours. Like, it's just like, I gotta be honest. I'm just going to hope that everybody's like nice and that there aren't problems, and we'll deal with problems as they come up if people aren't nice. The goal is to have the whole thing just feel like a whole bunch of friends playing together. Yeah. First come reasonably, first serve seems like a good generic thing, right? Like as long as you're using the thing, then great. Mostly AU servers. No. You can actually see on the spreadsheet where everyone is. feel like most of my audience is NA. Need the sheet again? Right there. The YouTube people need the sheet because I have to link it to them. Stupid commands don't work. I swear I'll fix all this. Wouldn't they see it? I think they don't see stream elements. I think they see the person do the command and then they don't see stream elements reply. Let me double check. I don't see stream elements at all on YouTube. To be accurate, no stream elements. Yeah. So they see the people ask for the command, but they don't see the reply from the bot. So for now, if they want it, I'll just look, and if I see the command, I'll just copy the thing from Twitch and put it in YouTube today. I will fix that shit. It'll work properly. It will work properly. I'll be honest, I would have had it working properly weeks ago, but in all of my like off content when it wasn't PoE hype, YouTube streaming was getting like 0 views most of the time, and I was considering whether it was even worth bothering with anymore. But like now people are rocking up on YouTube and it seems to be popping off all right, so I guess I'll put the effort in to the YouTube shit and make it all set up right.
We will be best friends, Beast, until we slaughter you.
Maybe the Cyclone buffed? Buffed so it's not as much of a nerf as it was. Apparently it's very, very close to what it is now. Size-wise. Unfortunately, when it comes to Cyclone, I'm a bit of a size queen, and none of the recent Cyclone has been enough for me to want to play it. I much prefer YouTube because I can pause and then come back and then watch it sped up to catch up. That and I have the YouTube Premium. I still get ads on Twitch. So yeah, that's fair. The idea is that you should just get the same stuff and everywhere, right? Like it should just be like it's the same quality stream in both places. LFG in the sheet. What does that an acronym mean? Looking for group. It means if you would like actively like other people to play with, like to map with, like supports and whatnot, you could type yes. You could put yes in that drop down box, and if someone else in the same region notices that, they could be like, hey, I'd like to do a support. Do you want to? And like you could like message each other and shit. I don't know how many people will actually use that part. Most people tend to prefer to map alone. We're all playing alone together, usually.
Don't think I'm going.
The way Twitch does their live streams, they don't support pausing, etc. Oh yeah. Oh no, for like the last 2 years, YouTube has been a better streaming platform. Except that it's not where everyone looks for streams. And the chat function was pretty bad. It's better, it's a lot better than it was now. But like this, and the support on the streamers side was also horrendous. That's getting better. But like its encoding and its player and its lag and all of that sort of thing is all better on YouTube than Twitch, and has been for a while. Whoops.
You there, local, come here.
I'd really like a spellcaster build, but I don't know of any good ones that aren't mines or totems. Blade Vortex? Detonate Dead? There was a pretty interesting Archmage Hierophant self-cast Arc build that was shown last league that I saw on YouTube that actually looked really good. Even had leveling path abilities that looked really, really nice. I would be very tempted to take that as a skeleton and use the Divine Ire that got buffed or the Crackling Lance that got buffed this league in its place. I think that could be pretty cool. Exsanguinate Pathfinder as poison is self-cast is pretty good as well. What determines officer status in the private league? My personal random decisions.
So strong, so dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day. Really.
Stand the fuck up.
We are both so touched by your generosity.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I need more pockets.
Silly. You don't need more pockets. You just need better Tetris.
And death washed clean of dark desire. And thus the...
I'm mostly novice because I was crafting for Baylor for like 3 days as part of another guild. Neither of us can take the constant trading anymore. Yeah, it's just a lot more convenient. Sounds like you could use a back extension. I'll tell you what I could use. 30% movement speed. How is that not what every single person takes while leveling? First node, 30% movement speed. Don't put gems in you. I already don't have gems in my boot right now. I'm practicing. See? I would like my movement speed. Hey, look. I take that skitterbot out and put it in my shield. Now I got 50 all res as well. Huge. Huge. Ta-da. And the big guys, see you later. Night BBB. Also Night Fox, I assume.
Remember to live.
If you ignite Reap builds, they want to assist, it could be interesting. I've never done Reap personally, so I don't know whether that will be good or not. That's like 90 all res for a max roll gold rim with nothing socketed in it. Yeah. Or 50 all res in an onslaught helmet. And 70% movement speed, 7 league steps.
Now that was satisfying. Just need a moment to catch my breath.
There's no SOS. I'm thinking about the 3 jewel one for suppressant stuff. So definitely, it will definitely be the 3 jewel one. But there's some use for the warlock tree as well. Especially early when you're not going to have any charms to put in the charm one. But it's almost certainly going to end up being the charm one relatively quickly as soon as you get like a few useful charms to put in. Honestly, for poison SRS, like even if your charms are just like, here's some movement speed and some suppression, or something to do with block, or like even if it's like not incredibly good charms, it's still probably the best option. For the charms of item levels, in your opinion, we haven't seen any info on that. Everything that drops has item levels. Everything that's itemized has item levels. I don't know if they've put better nodes at only higher item levels or not. We have none of that information. Guardian SRS still going to be good, do you think? I don't think it's good now. So I'm not a fan of Guardian SRS. That being said, we don't know how rare it is, but the replica covenant might change my opinion on Guardian SRS. I think the replica covenant could put it into the poison SRS range of very, very good, but we don't know how rare that is. But SRS still playable as a league set build? Yes, it's untouched. Poison SRS is 100% fine. All your hit-based SRS builds are 100% fine. You, the only one that got hit is Popcorn SRS, which might be saved by a transgem. Do you think any transitions are going to be good for Poison SRS? I mean, I'd like it if one of them gave me the move speed back. But I have no idea. Lightning SRS looks so good, but it needs so many items. Yeah, it's also way more buttons to press and way more management and uptime of important things. My opinion on champion SRS is that it's not an SRS build. It's a champion aura stacker that happens to use SRS as a damage delivery system. It plays very differently from normal SRS builds. It's not as smooth, it's not as easy, it's more actions, it's more management. I don't want to play it at all. That doesn't make it bad, it's just different. It doesn't fall into the same category as Guardian and Necro do. Right? It's good, it is a lot of damage, but it's not a comparable build to the other two SRS builds because it plays so differently. Plan on using Supreme Ostentation for this league's SRS? Nope. That was something we did for tattoos only.
Turn your back for the barest moment in Ray class. I imagine it was go with courage.
Animate Guardian keeps me far away from minions. Really? I need to actually make leveling filters? No, you don't. You can use mine. Or you can just use the leveling module from my filter. And put it into your own if you don't like how my filters look. You can literally just put my leveling module into your own filter if you want to. Private leagues, make sure T0 uniques are showing their clatware. You can also PSA anyone as ritual. They don't expect the tribute keystone. Screenshot the cost they get and Aegis Aurora. I won't have any of those uniques hidden anyway. I don't know anything about the ritual stuff.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Hello to you.
What are you looking at league starting this league? Probably Hex Blast Mines, what I'm practicing right now. This is Pyroclast Mines, which will be how you level Hex Blast Mines. So probably just that. What made you choose mines? Oh. Didn't want to do SRS for like the 5th time? Are you playing in trade or a private league with the guild? A private league, but not like exclusively with my guild, just with anybody who wants to join. A trade private league, but without trading for currency. It's group found, so you just take whatever you want and give whatever you have that you don't need. Skill tree isn't changing? I don't remember seeing skill tree changes. And that one chieftain node, true. But yeah, anyone can join the private league to start if you want to. How much copium is it starting Blade Vortex? I mean, if it's a Pathfinder poison version, then not copium at all. I think it's fine. Get wrecked. Get wrecked, boss. Pog, movement speed. Due to the loss of movement speed quality, do you have a replacement or just leave it and play normally? For SRS? Yeah, there's no replacement. We were already stacking as much movement speed as we could everywhere because it was like the #1 stat. We just lose 20% minion movement speed and there's nothing you can do about it unless there's an alt quality. There could be an alt quality that has its movement speed back again. That would be cool. We currently, as it stands right now, just don't give a shit at all about SRS's quality. Its quality is an irrelevant stat now. It basically doesn't have a quality. Like, I could see myself running a Mirror Plus version of that again, like a min-max version, and having never bothered to get a quality gem, just having like a 21-0. That's how irrelevant it is. I don't know who made the decision about that quality, but that was a mistake. What I do know is the person who made the decision about that quality, not an SRS player. But that's okay. That's really all we lost, is that. 20% movement speed's not really that big of a deal. It's fine. Thoughts on the added new Ascendancy? Which one would you be picking? Thinking about going for the Sanctified Relic one. That way I can have the nuts effects for free, like Onslaught and Kill and Pops, etc. I mean... that totally depends on what charms you get. I think most builds that are not attack builds, like attack with the weapon, most builds that aren't attacking with a weapon are probably going to end up being the charm one. Most of them. There are some reasons to not. There are some spell reasons to not and some attack reasons to not, but I think the default is going to be go charms once you have good charms. Once you have good charms. Can you repeat that? Abs kept playing? Shit, what was that question? I answered so many questions.
Just need a moment to...
I already forget who asked what. The charms part? Oh, I just, for Poison SRS, charms is going to be the way. You have to find good charms before it's worth doing, right? That's all. For most builds, I think charms are going to be the best. Not for everybody. There'll be some people who want tinctures, and that'll be huge. And there'll be some reasons to go warlock as well. But I think the default is going to be charms if you have good charms. Is where he completed every map but one and used the explorative card to guarantee exploring on a drop. First stack bypass the drop only. It did. That was a thing last league. I don't remember. Did that get fixed or patched? It's definitely something. That's the kind of thing they've patched in the past. I don't know if that got fixed or taken away or whatever. Starting with the 30% movement speed, taking quality of life on that tree, bark skin, and other buffs for the next tinctures, and then swapping to charms after it got a good enough slots. Yep. I think that's a pretty good path to take. I'm pretty happy with that as a plan. For instance, with Poison SRS, if you manage to get the explode pop from a cultist, that would be insanely useful. Even at just the 15% or whatever it is. Really, really good. If you get perma-phasing, really, really good. If you can get some suppression or some block even, really, really good. Onslaught would be amazing. Like, there's so many. There are so many. Just Flask gains. Ailment avoidance is something we don't care about, but like there's so many. Tailwind, yeah. Tailwind gives it to allies. Like there's so many. And I know they're all like weaker versions, like it's not going to be like the full version of Ascendancies. Even the fucking min endurance charge one is good. Right, Jug's move speed thing. Like, there's so many interesting things that could happen. But it all depends on what you get. Right?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Wrath call.
Like if we get poison chance, that would be huge. That doesn't exist. The poison chance would not give poison chance to minions. If mines will be right. Yep. Okay, done with the extra after having +1 proj tattoos. There probably would be, but for Poison SRS, we don't care about +1 proj. But yeah, there could be. There could be +1 proj ones. Yeah, I would be surprised if there isn't. Considering we could tattoo on like 7 proj if we tried really hard last league, I don't see any reason why a 3 limit on charms wouldn't have +1 proj options. I imagine, mostly because this is how I would do it if I was the one making those decisions, that almost everything that could reasonably be there will be there, and the balance will be on rarity. So let's say +1 proj is really, really good. Maybe we don't make that in the most common tier, right? That's how I would be thinking about adding those if I was in charge. So I imagine that's probably how they've done it. I'm still shocked that Lightning Arrow and Tornado Shot got buffed. Did they? They got buffed and they got nerfed. So they changed more than anything else. Like losing rage is pretty big. Losing rage is pretty big.
I need more pockets.
Cause I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby.
You are like... Go with...
One less... Yes, I thank you. There's an asthma. Go with courage.
Ashes is gonna be insane. You know what's funny? The day the patch notes come out, the universal from like Reddit and my chat was Ashes is dead, lol. 1C Ashes, lol. Ashes is trash now. Rip Ashes. That was just like the constant stream. And now a whole ton of people are like, holy fuck, Ashes is gonna be so good. Yo, I want an Ashes. Imagine this build, imagine this quality with an Ashes. Nothing changed. They didn't change anything. I just think that's funny. Pull the VOD. Oh, I also thought trout. I'm not immune from that. When have I ever claimed that I'm not also an idiot? I think I've made it perfectly clear that I am also an idiot many, many times. Need to keep reminding us because we are also idiots. I haven't seen anything's been nerfed to not to see all the alt quality gems. True.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I don't know how to do it. Walking around like human. Haven't hit the count. Do you think they'll be affected by auras? They should be. I don't see why they wouldn't be. Standard will be losing their mind because they get to keep the enchants. So yeah, you could have a legacy +2 tornado shot enchant and then get the new tornado shot gem and quality the fuck out of it for like an extra. That's actually great. There's so many projectiles. Standard and mad? Really? But they get all of the things. They're legacy. Ah, because of all the alt quality gems getting returned to like regular gems. They're mad about their alt quality gems. Whatever. No one cares about standard. I tell you what I want more than anything, which is surprising to me. Well, it's not that surprising. I want to get 2 charms that give me Flask charges from the Pathfinder Ascendancy so that I can be a Pathfinder without ever being a Pathfinder. I want 2 of them so that I get 6 charges per 3 seconds. I just want to be a Pathfinder all the time, but without ever having to be a Pathfinder. I hate that TFT owns like 99% of the locks on the market. Me too, actually. But what are we going to do about it? There's nothing we can do about it.
Just need a moment to catch my breath. I went back through the patch notes. Company mentioned them fixing it under bug fixes. It might not be fixed. Maybe it isn't. I also don't remember it ever getting fixed. I just remember expecting it to get fixed. But I don't ever remember it actually getting fixed. What, fixed completing all maps except one map and then using Kirak to like get a whole bunch of those maps and the div cards because hello to Brandon for as a preset. No, actually, for you, if you just want your own filter, you're always going to want your own colors. You're never going to have to load my filters up ever again. You're not going to need a module. You're just going to make your own filter and with all your own colors and all your own everything that you want. And then you're going to be able to load my modules on top of that. And you're just not going to load my color module because there's a module for my colors that I apply to my own filters. You're just not going to load that one. And then you're not going to get my color changes. Here, let me demonstrate. This will be easier if I show. Do we have time before an ad break? We do. This will be easier if I show. Okay. So filter blade. Right? So let's just say this is your filter and these are the colors you like. And you've gone over and gone, I actually want... Oh, I'm going to have to go through this. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I'm going to have to go through that. Okay, that's going to be something I have to go through. But let's just say this is you. You want, you're looking to make all these names happen and change colors, right? You've gone through, you've changed a bunch of colors. This is how you like the filter to look. Whatever, you weirdo. You've picked some odd colors. Whatever, right? Great. All you're going to have to do is go to Overview, Presets, Public, BalorMage, Search. So you've made your own filter, you've got your own colors, you save those, right? You save your filter with all your own colors. Not based off mine at all. Just your own filter. Not based off mine in any way. Eventually this loads. This sometimes takes a really long time to load. When it does load, you'll get the list of every single module that I've made. Right? And so you'll load div card presets because you like the way I set my div cards. You'll load unique presets because you like the way that I set my uniques up. You'll load the leveling rules because you like my leveling rules. You will not load the color scheme because you don't like my color scheme. You'll load my rare item tiering because you like how I tier rare items. And it puts all of those things into your filter with only changing those things. You will not add Balor color scheme because that will fuck up your colors. That'll fuck up your colors. That'll change your colors to my colors. You don't want that, right? So you'll load the things you liked about my filter because they're all in separate modules and not the color scheme. And then what happens? Then what happens is when I update the modules, Filter Blade will know the module is updated, but your automatic synced filter that you use in game won't know that the filter is updated. So all you will have to do is come to Filter Blade, hit load on your own saved filter. Just hit load, it'll load up. And part of the little box will show up here that says, hey, we've updated from like never sync space this version to never sync space this version whenever he does like minor tweaks and whatnot. In that same list, it'll also check all the modules that you've got loaded in to see if any of them have changed, and it will update them automatically. And that'll be it. You'll just hit load, save. Load, and then save. That's it. You'll go save and export, and you'll hit the button to sync your own filter, and that's it. That's all you'll do. And you'll still have all my colors, and you'll have the most recent update of every one of those modules. If we follow your already filters on the original website, we'll get updates automatically. Yes, this is only if you want to make your own filters with your own colors and just use parts of my filters. Then you can do that, but then you do have to do the save load thing yourself. But when I change my modules, I will also then load and save all of my filters. So I'll do that. It still has to be done. It's just that I'm going to do that, right? Because I'll change my module. I'll change where something is tiered in the module. It'll affect every single filter. And then I will push that update in Filter Blade to every one of my filters. Things that are conflicting like tiers. So a module isn't a save state of a filter. A module is a save state of a list of changes that can happen. So if you load my module, it will apply the changes I made in that module. So it will override NeverSync's default tiering of uniques or cards or whatever if I've made a change to them, but only if I've made a change to them. So if NeverSync changes where a card is and it's a card I didn't touch, then NeverSync's change will happen. If I've pulled that card out and said, actually, that card's really good, put it up here, then my change will override NeverSync's if you've got my module. And also, I did make a video on the modules and how they work and everything. Speaking of, as a second filter video, I don't think I'm doing one. It was like one person who was like, yes, please show me how to make a module. And it's just not. And that video only got 1,000 views to begin with. Like total over a week. It just wasn't a requested thing. So also YouTube is popping off. You doubled again? I mean, it's half. It's only got 45 right now. It's actually down. I got to work out how to hide that thing though, because I don't like seeing live view counts. I hid them all on Twitch. I never have any idea how many people are watching on Twitch. There could be 10 of you or there could be 400 of you and I wouldn't know. I do keep an eye on metrics and shit like that, but I do it on like a weekly basis, not while I'm streaming. I like a weekly basis. I go look at my stats and like see if things performed badly, or like, or what was I doing that day that was shit, or what was I doing that day that was really good, or things like that. But I never check them live. I figured that out years ago. It was super distracting. It was super distracting. It led to me like looking at the view count, and then if it was good, I would get distracted and try and figure out what I was doing right, that it was higher than average. And if it was bad, I would get fucking depressed and be like, why am I so shit today? What is happening? Why does nobody like me? And like, neither of those are good. You don't want to be doing either of those things. So I just fucking hid them. Just get rid of that. I'm not going to look at that. I don't want to see it. Why does nobody like me? YouTube shooting yourself with a foot. I already said we're gonna do YouTube for the whole month, for the whole league, or at the very least the first month of the league. Billy, do you think Poison SRS is going to be good for Ultimatum? Yes, because it was in the past. It should be very good for Ultimatum. However, before you make the poison change while you're still hit, I do think you might struggle a bit with Ultimatum. Ooh. Actually huge. I don't have enough int to put that on. Really? Int? I don't have enough int to put that on? Wow. Rude. Right, because my new pathing didn't take me over this node, I now have exactly just like 10 int less than I need to put on the really good ones. Okay.
Just need a moment.
Alright, that's fine. I'll just take that if I need it. I'm still next to it. It's just one respec point for later on. That's fine. Wait, is it even? Oh, and when you change into Hex Blast, you come out of there and go that way. So that's the 20 int I need. So I just temporarily take this node that I don't really need. It does come with 12% damage anyway. And then I can change it when I go Hex Blast because I'm going to change the pathing and I'll get 20% int there anyway. 20% int? That's not happening. 20 int there anyway. I hate that Hex Blast is a mine because it looks so fucking fun. I don't understand your hatred of Hex Blast mines. Also, Hex Blast itself is not a mine. It's just that it's played as a miner. But also, what is it you hate about mines? I did miss Chloe's question. Re-ask your question if I miss it. Tag me. Ping me. Annoy me until I reply. Who does number 2 work for? The fuck? What? Are you league starting Hex Blast mines? Probably. Do you think the TN player bus is going to go up even more this league? New buff seems insane. I don't know. I think everybody who wanted to play speed clear meta Deadeye already plays speed clear meta Deadeye. What are you doing for 20k subs on YouTube, if anything? Is that a thing people do?
My bride has arrived, exile. I hope you brought a wedding gift.
Celebrate milestones? Yes. I've never done that before. I didn't even have like a celebrate when I hit partner thing. Did you already see the Ice Skull Mine teasers? Yes, I saw all the teasers today. They look pretty good.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I didn't even know I was approaching 20k on YouTube. Oh.
Arakali. Death is
Keeps track of his analytics, by the way. I mean, I do. The view counts and I keep track of the plus and minus, but not the number. So like, I know that streaming on YouTube lost me a little over 400 subs since I started streaming on YouTube. I literally lost 400 subs by streaming on YouTube. Speaking of emails, I checked today. There was still no email from the dude, so I actually sent him a Discord message and be like, yo, what's up? What's going on? Hi, why is Unleash better than Spell Echo? It locks you in place for significantly less time and also summons more than 2. Strictly speaking, if you are stationary and spam right clicking, like holding right click down, Spell Echo is technically speaking better in that case, but especially in SRS's case, that's not what happens. You run for a bit and then you cast once and 4 SRS come out instead of 2 with less delay on the cast because the seals stack up. right? So you're like running around, summon, run around, summon. Even when you're in a boss, you might get a few seconds to summon, but then you're going to run anyway. And in that time, the seals will go up, and then you summon multiples instead of just 2. So Unleash just ends up feeling a lot better to play. If you like Spell Echo instead of Unleash, and you test them both and you still like it more, you can just use Spell Echo. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care if you want to use Spell Echo, but I do think it's worse. And I think if you play for like half an hour with each of them in, you'll also come to that same realization. But you're more than welcome to test it. Like spellcaster builds and like brand builds, but brands have been nuked for a while lately. Penance brand and Wintertime brand both look like they could actually be good. This league, like, quite good. Usually don't like mines, traps, and totems because of the delay before they do damage while mapping. I like traps so we can get the duration to 0. I should try Hex Blast mines and standard those. I did consider playing it over LA. Okay, here. Let me sell you Hex Blast mines real quick. Let's go over to Ancestor League where we've got the actual guy with gear on. So the downside of mines is normally you need to stack them and detonate them in a chain, and you need to stack them without the mob moving and then detonate them in a chain, right? Like those are the normal playstyle hindrances for mines. And it's also why I don't normally play mines. However, high impact mine support, the area on that, huge. It's about this big. So you just need to be in the general area for the aura to affect it. You don't even have to really aim, just the general area. And it's an individual buff per mine, not a buff per detonation in a stack. So we don't have to stack them into a chain, right? That's not a thing anymore. Now, more importantly, when you Hex Blast when you turn Hex Blast into a mine, it auto targets, which means you put detonate on left click, right? You go for a run and you throw some Hex Blast on the floor and it just blows up the pack on the other side of the screen without your cursor even aiming at it. You throw them over there, they explode over here. Also, when there's nothing in the area, your mines don't get wasted. They don't get exploded. They don't detonate. They can't detonate until something walks into range. See that? They didn't go off for a while until something walked into range. So they never get wasted either. So it has a big AoE, it shatters, it freezes, it ignites, it shocks, and it auto targets. Which means the delay is almost non-existent. You can never miss, and you don't have to wait for a chain anymore. All the normal downsides of mines don't really apply to Hex Blast mine.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Wish there was another way to Hex Blast Arcanist brand, maybe? I mean, you could try it. Or it looks super smooth with the dead hand on left click too. Yeah, it is. What is the currency on that build you're playing right now? The one that I just was testing on? I have no idea. I stole Mug's gear. I do know that it was nowhere near min-maxed. It was just like mid-level investment for us. And he just didn't feel like taking it any further than that because it already did all of the content. But as far as how much he spent, I have no idea. Because I just stole Mug's gear for testing purposes to see if I would like the playstyle of Hexblast or not. And I do. How was Armageddon brand? Pretty damn good up to Eater and Exarch. Didn't Jung just do like a fucking 6-hour run with Armageddon brand and Spellslinger recall? I wonder what the alt quality Hex Blast is going to be. Got the blue ball this today on gems? They did. They did blue ball us today with gems. I was pretty excited to look at a bunch of gems. Oh, also tomorrow, stream is going to be... we might not even stream tomorrow. I should probably announce that, places. I've got like family shit to deal with in the morning, and then my hair appointment is at 1 p.m, which is like an hour before I would normally look at starting stream this late in the league. And so, and they're gonna have to like bleach it all and dye it. I'm setting my emojis all day, I promise.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh. Blakey, if you remember at some point when I'm not streaming, remind me to check somebody's identity with you. I'll know what to do with that information. Some questionable thing. I don't think I can answer things like that for privacy reasons. This will be fine. This is a for privacy reasons problem. Just remember to message me when I'm not streaming if you can. I'll try and remember as well. Yo. The genus... I don't know how to say that at all. Thank you very much for Prime.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. The Emperor beckons.
Sounds sus as fuck. Okay, look. Somebody on my YouTube is commenting and their name makes it very, very, very clear that they are a GGG employee. But their comment makes me question if that's real or not. And that seems like something people should know. If it's not a real GGG employee.
By the goddess, what ambition. This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
You can do anything about it on YouTube? Just seems like something they should know about if it's not somebody who works there. I can make it so their comments don't show up. Some of the video log. I can't remember. It was in the last few days. I have to go find it. That's why I was like, message me when I'm not streaming. I'll go looking for it and then I'll tell you. It won't be there anymore because I already got rid of it.
Reside in dark places.
Just in case. So I'll have to find it, not you. I put it in that little like review pile. So no one can see it unless they're me. Or I guess Dread. But
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
like he can't see it anymore. I got rid of all of his rights. I think. Because he's not allowed to be my editor anymore. So I took away all of his power. Wait, did I not? I thought I did. Spies! I'm a spy! Wait, did I fuck it up?
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Let's do things to that.
An emperor
Wait,
is
what?
only as efficient as those he commands.
Oh, hey. Shit, hang on.
Show me your resolve.
Pretty sure you phased, bud. Pretty sure you phased, bud. Right when you said, show me your resolve.
You were born for this.
And to wait for this bitch to get to the top.
Only one of your lessons was completed, Ascendant.
Whew. Alright. Calithus? That's how that's said. Nailed it. Give the 19-month resub. Don't AFK in Azara's room? I almost did. Doing your timestamps? I mean, I didn't ask anyone to do the timestamps. I just saw a comment that had a bunch of timestamps in it. And so I just pinned it. What are we league starting? Hexblast mines. Probably. It was me? It's me, Natalie. Yes, it was you. It was you. Same name on the YouTube. I saw it and was like, timestamps. I'm sure people will love those. I'm gonna fucking pin that comment. Please make a better guide than Zizz's. I would probably just gonna fucking copy that one. What do you mean? Wait, hold up. It doesn't do timestamps? I don't know. You didn't do timestamps or chapters in the one that had 10 Atlas videos in it, like Atlas things in it. The 10 Atlas trees and there were no chapters or timestamps. Huh? Look, I'm not going to tell him what to do. At least it's getting done. If I was left to do the editing on my own, you'd be lucky to get a video a month.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises.
What would you recommend for ultimatum farming? Doing a lot of damage to a lot of mobs.
Make your mark. I die for the Empire.
Lots of damage to not SRS Guardian. I don't want to shit on Guardian too hard because right now in this league as it currently stands, I actually think it's not worth playing over Poison at all. I actually think it's actively worse. It gets worse and worse the higher up you go with investment. It's just not worth playing. But fucking that replica covenant changes everything. So it might be better, it might be just as good, it might be just good enough. I don't know. Oh my god. Why? Why on my practice runs? What are you doing? Why? Why? Do you know how fucking good that is? God damn it. These are 48% movement speed boots right now. 30% from the new Ascendancy tree, and then 18 from the boots. 19 quant on them. The one-off max. I'm not gonna wear them. I'm not gonna wear them, but why can't I do that on a league starts? How fucking happy our like bow or MF people would be. Put them on immediately. That'd be on someone's character by now if I did that on league start. Literally on somebody's character right now. Call of the Brotherhood. COTB.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
But the puzzle building was so messed up. I was trying to sound it. Paladin, like no leveling gear on it, and notes at like 200% res in the notes. Yeah, that's exactly the one I'm going to be following. I'll be trying, if I can, I would like to transition from that into, I think it was Captain Lance's life stacker version, but that will depend entirely on whether or not we can find the things that I need for the life stacker version. Was the life stacker version using combs? Yes. So it might be a variant on that. With that claims he wasn't sure it was good or not. I am. It is. God damn, it's so much damage. Oh, that's such a high amount of damage. More be good league status focusing on Ultimatum and Legion. I don't think more's ever been good for Legion.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Ultimatum. More should do enough damage for Ultimatum. More should do enough damage for Ultimatum, but I don't think it's a very good Legion farmer. Like, if I was playing a Maw build, I would block Legion on my Atlas tree. Sanctum Gone is still in the game. The same and untouched as far as the patch notes go, except for the rarity of the tomes themselves, which got made rarer, but we don't know by how much. Are you going to go for a transfigured skill? We don't know what the transfigured hex blast is yet, so I don't know. Oh yeah, and the dupe relic things. Forgot about that. So, how do you like the question and answers? Yeah, overall pretty good. Happy with them all. No big surprises in there for me, but... What support is the best? What support is best for SRS to max AoE in Ultimatum fights? I'm confused by that question. What do you mean?
Give it to me.
Zombie regular will be better with the removal of Sam, which was potentially very buggy with the AI. Also, very low damage. Is that accurate? I mean, it's not a lie. That doesn't make it accurate.
How could I?
Without the slam, they don't have any AoE worth having, which means you would need something else to clear. And their biggest problem was never AoE. Their biggest problem was that they die, and that wasn't affected by these patches at all. They'll still die. Melee splash or multi-strike? Oh, I use melee splash for literally everything except like uber bosses and Sanctum. You might change into multi-strike if you hit the Ultimatum boss at the end and you got to kill the Ultimatum boss. You might change multi-strike in for melee splash then. But you use melee splash almost all the time.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Is the Ultimatum boss hard, by the way? Yes and no. It's nowhere near as hard as Uber's, or at least it was. Nowhere near as hard as Uber's. Anything could have changed. However, you only get one attempt at it. There are no like portals out or into the fight again, and you also can't call someone in to carry you because you don't know there's a boss until you get there, and by then you're already in the thing, so you just like have to try it. You can't save it till later or anything like that. So in some ways it's quite hard, but in other ways not so much. I'll play zombies again, but I'm not super interested in a zombie skinned firestorm. I mean, it also scales completely different.
Portal.
I don't think I need to be doing that right now.
Played Ritual League so much that I skipped Ultimatum League entirely. From what I heard about Ultimatum launch, I dodged a bullet. Ultimatum was only shit for about a week. Maybe less. The like first week patches made it amazingly good. You might have been on about the first. I've forgotten about the first day. The first day was horrendous. The worst launch I think they've ever done. It was also my personal favorite League launch. It did not go well at all, but it was hilarious. It was just hilarious. I don't ever want to repeat it. I don't want to do that again, but it was so fun just because of the people we had in Discord and the people we had in chat, and everyone just like within an hour we'd just given up at the idea of going quick or trying to make it to our profits or whatever, and we were just laughing and everything for the whole time because it was just, it was nothing. It was horrendous. I don't know, we got 400 people got in. Yeah, all like a bunch of people couldn't even get in, and when you did get in, you just got disconnected at different zone changes and whatnot. Like it was real bad. They fucked something up in some data table. I remember they put a note about it out on like day 2. They were like, this is what happened, and it was like something to do with databases. They were like, we did this thing and we changed this value, something dropped off of the database, and just everything just didn't work. Just everything didn't work. Was that when they silently let the streamers in first? Yeah, that was the same league that Streamer Queue happened. And that was one of their like really... I understand how that happened, by the way. Everything was burning, right? Nothing worked. No one could get in. Everyone was in queue again. And they had paid a lot of money to get streamers that don't normally play PoE over for the launch. And they were just burning money. Just burning money. And they were in a real big panic and a real big hurry. And the solution was thrown out, hey, why don't we just throw the streamers into a streamer priority queue so that they at least get in, so that people can at least be watching them, and we're not like burning money paying all these big guys to come over here. And it was just like, yep, do it. Just fucking throw them in. And then as part of that, a list of regular PoE streamers also made it into that list because they were like, oh, we should throw them in too, right? And hindsight, obviously that was a mistake because of like the community outcry about it and whatnot. Obviously that was a mistake in hindsight, but it's very easy to see how that could happen, how you could make those decisions on a day when everything is burning around you and nothing's working and everyone in the office is panicking and no one knows how to fix it, and you're just bleeding money and everyone's complaining. Like, I understand how, right? Like, real easy for that to, something like that to happen, right? I did was just be honest and answer before. It was understandable. I mean, they were pretty honest with it. There were tweets and whatnot, like pretty quickly. Like it happened first, and then they tweeted that it was happening. It wasn't like a secret. It wasn't like they were trying to deceive people. It's just that that day, everything was burning to the ground and everyone was panicking, right? And so remember to tweet this before we make it live. Just didn't make it into the list of people's priority. It's just super easy to understand how all of that happened. Super easy. The tiniest bit of understanding and compassion, and everybody should have just been like, okay, I get it. I get it. I see how that happened. It's still right to have called it out. The people who are unhappy about it, it's still right to have called it out and been like, hey, we're not actually happy about this. That's still the right thing to do. Because otherwise, if you don't complain about it, they don't know that it's wrong. But it's also like real easy to forgive that happening at the same time, right? Like it's real easy to be like, I see how that happened. I see what's going on here. I've had bad days at work too. Standard type is confusing me. We actually still use the detonate mine gem because it has quality on it that is good. I don't know what the quality is of detonate mines now. Mines are good for wave 13 ultimatum or too squishy. No way to tell. No way to tell. No idea. I mean, I don't know, because when Ultimatum came out, I was wearing a headhunter and we had regular nemesis buffs. So I was fucking immortal. So I'm definitely not more tanky than I was during Ultimatum. I was playing fucking Winter Orb with a headhunter on. I won't be that tanky this time. Detonate mines new quality is mines have 20% increased detonation speed. What was its old quality? Which variant of compressor guns do you recommend? The bamboo, the performance? I'll just get both and switch between them. I don't know which one to recommend, to be honest, because they're both a little different for different reasons. So these are the bamboo ones, and I quite like them because they're they feel a lot thinner, and I can almost forget that they're on my hands. But also they feel like they give a little bit less compression than the performance ones. They're still good. They still give me some compression, but it's definitely weaker than the other ones. So, I don't know.
What is it? Bye.
Watch out for spy. You're the most powerful. Survive.
Good to see you in.
Same as the old gem. The anomalous version was recover 2% of life for each mine detonator. Oh, we lost the recover. Okay, because we're not going to have an anomalous version. I assume that we're not even going to get an alt quality detonate mines.
Good to see you're still soldiering on. With all these, it's supposed.
You probably feel thinner because bamboo is a really breathable fabric. Yeah.
Tell me something. Any chance you might be willing to
almost certainly.
Healthy profit with old Argan? You ever heard of the wings of Visteri? Stay out of the shadows. They bite.
Apparently I need more strength. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Want to trade. Trade what? Also, it looks like they're turning crucible trees into transfigured gems. Pray for explode totem back. That's some fucking hopium. That's some fucking hopium right there. That's not. We're not getting explode totem back. If we get explode totem back, I am changing my league start immediately. By the way, I'll be actually league starting a Pathfinder.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Just make it 100% instead of 500%. What is the current number? Garbage, it's bad. Oh. 12? Was it really 12? Did it go from 500% to 12? Don't get me wrong, it was obviously way too strong. But it was 500%. I would have thought maybe you nerf it to like 150 or something. $150 to 200-ish or something like that. So you want to trade weather? Snow where I am today. They give me the warm weather. I'd rather be in cold weather than hot weather. But I'm pretty confident that my entire state would collapse under 35 centimeters of snow. We have absolutely zero infrastructure capability of getting rid of like dealing with snow in any way. Zero. I don't think there's a snowplow in this country. Like, I don't even know what the fuck we'd do if that happened. That won't be true. There'll be some snowplows like around Threadbow, but like a few, not enough. Rumble is -13 right here, and it's dreadful. I prefer the cold. I prefer the cold. Which does make Queensland a little bit of a questionable place to live. Okay. Hang on though, because here's the difference. When I say it's cold here, it's because it's like 15 degrees Celsius and I'm like, oh, it's getting too cold here. That is a different thing from living somewhere where it's regularly in the negatives. Because if you live somewhere where it's regularly in the negatives, your homes are built different, your clothes are different, the stuff that you wear, the windows, the bed sheets, everything is different. If I could live somewhere where I'm always or regularly in the negatives, I would prefer that over the heat. But because I live in Queensland, 15 is too cold because I don't even own clothing that's appropriate for 15 degrees. Do you have an amazing trap or mind which will live and clear all content? Explosive, trap, self-chill, trickster, and hex blast mine, saboteur. Both will be fine. You live in Queensland? You're Aussie or Kiwi? Do I really sound like a Kiwi? I feel like I really don't. I'm Australian. I live in Queensland. thought you were English last week. You get accused of being British, American, and now Kiwi. I do.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Also, I also walk around in shorts when it's 10 degrees. But I don't enjoy it and I complain about it being cold. But I'm also a Queenslander, so like I really only own shorts. Like I'm gonna wear shorts no matter what the temperature is because that's what I own. I think I own like 2 pairs of long pants. Like total. What did you say? Explosive Mind Trickster? What's it called? What's the explosive trap? Explosive trap self-chill trickster is an option. Probably not a good option for league starting in the private league because you do need some self-chill shit. There's a dude on YouTube who's been covering it really, really well the last few leagues. It's quite good. Dumbo something, is it? No. Dread something? No. Fear something? No. Shit, I don't remember. He'll be the one with all the views when you look for an explosive arrow trickster though. And that's been covered very, very well. Fearless something? No, not explosive arrow. Trap. Trap. Explosive trap. Whatever the one is you get in Act 1 at like level 1. Fearless Dumbo. That's the guy.
So, you found them. No easy.
That's the guy. Thoughts on Lightning SRS? It's not really an SRS build. It's a champion variant. It's a champion aura stacker. YouTube answered that, not the forgotten stepchild now. Who's pushing Lightning SRS? Quite a few people because it's got the highest path of building number. Like it's got the highest potential scaling of damage of all the different SRS builds. It just, people aren't acknowledging as they do that it doesn't play anything like an SRS build. It's not as smooth, it's not as quick, it's not as easy as all the other builds. It's like a proper aura stacker where you've got to like get the boots and a whole bunch of extra buttons. You got to manage your uptime properly. You got to do like a whole bunch of extra things. It's the highest damage version by a long shot, but it isn't really an SRS build. Like there's the problem I have with that Lightning SRS build is that like people are comparing them like they're comparable builds just because they both run SRS, but they're not. They're not the same play style of builds. They don't feel the same to play. One of them is significantly more complicated to play. And that's the champion version. But it is, strictly speaking, better. You will get way more damage out of the champion version than you can get out of any other version. It's just not
Just need a
worth
moment
it.
to catch my breath.
Is it still SRS running around killing stuff? Sure. But there are no other minions, no zombies, no Specters, no Animate Guardian, which are all positives for a lot of people. But there are also like a whole bunch of other things that you have to do and manage uptime on. You've got boots for the blessing, which is like 90% of your damage. If you don't keep that up right, you literally can't do anything. And the rest of your damage comes from smite, which means you have to be in melee range regularly and hitting stuff with smite. You also need to have that big smite hammer for the level 30 smite. And so you now have to be in melee all the time. You do no damage if you don't have your auras up from March of the Legion. You do no damage if you don't have your smite up, and you've got a bunch of things to like manage. Nothing's automated, nothing's smooth. It's way more damage, but also way more actions to do and way more like uptimes to manage at the same time, and like it plays completely differently. So yes, they still use SRS, but it really doesn't feel like the same build, and I don't think they should be comparable in a list. Oh, now that's interesting. Hang on. That's interesting. Telexia, check this out. With the YouTube chat open on the YouTube site, shall I be the guinea pig? Nope, looks fine. That's all you see. And that might be all anyone else sees. Which is very interesting. Because over here on my restream bot, I see will that be the guinea pig? Well, fuck. Nope, looks fine. So you can see it and I can see it, but I don't know if other people can see it or not. Although, funnily enough, that means if you swear in your message in YouTube chat, it's a message that only I will be able to see.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I don't see any restream bot posts. No, like 3 days ago or so, maybe 4. The restream bot just like broke on Twitch's side, and you don't get to see anything that YouTube posts at all. For some reason, YouTube still gets all the restream bots from Twitch, but Twitch doesn't get any of the restream bots from YouTube, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I'll try and fix it tonight. Yes, it copies my... That's because it's the bot is registered as a administrator, right? Like I can also swear. Is the archer habit forgotten this league for a start? Sorry, what? Stars fell out of the sky. He's asking why you aren't starting bows. Oh. Private League, I just want to start something different. No, really here. Stars don't even matter. Hey Bella, how are you? Great. Fantastic. I love the poison. I love the SRS build the last few leagues. There's the content. Nice.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Hey, Genji, thank you very much for the prime. What I think about it, the more lined up with Poison SRS played in Total was a blast. I really do think Guardian might stand a chance with that Replica Covenant. I don't want to suggest people league start it because we have zero idea how rare that Replica Covenant is. But I do think Replica Covenant might be Guardian's savior. So much so that if we find one and it's not instantly snapped up, I'll probably instantly make a Guardian SRS build so that I can make content on it and then give it away once I'm done. Oh yeah, and for anyone who wasn't around earlier, I had what I think is my fucking greatest idea for the private league. After I'm set up and able to boss, I'm thinking that I will start making 1 or 2 builds a week that are builds people in the private league want. They want to play. Like different builds people want to play. And I'll make content on them, min-max them as far as I can in the private league, which should be a reasonable amount for everybody in trade as well, since we're very limited. Make content on it and then give the build to the person who asked for it. And then move on to the next one. Okay, we won't be doing troll builds. I'll be choosing the builds if I do that. We will not be doing intentional troll builds. But I am happy to do like off meta or weirder stuff, but not intentionally troll builds. Can chat join your private league? Absolutely. Can and are encouraged to do so. Let me grab the link for you because we do not have any links working on YouTube right now. So I have to copy and paste it. I don't even think Telexia can paste it for you because I'm pretty sure that the links that you guys post in YouTube just disappear. But I can do it. You can sign up right there. There's a spreadsheet. You can fill in your information, pick an empty line. And as soon as there is a real sign up that GGG allows us to do, we'll do that as well. And I don't know what the fuck I'm playing. This is a real big problem. Didn't I already give you your build? I mean, I don't know how those people level that build. I think it does level with poison concoction.
Lunaris. Eclipse cold pride, flaming rage, and pass beyond this human age.
I may or may not have instigated a new junk build. What are you making? Yeah, do you think it's viable for Ultimatum content? Starting with, it's kind of impossible for anyone to know what's viable for Ultimatum content. Also, here's a real big thing about Ultimatum, especially if you skipped Ultimatum, you won't know this. Those higher levels, like tier 8, tier 9, like wave 8, wave 9, wave 10, were insanely hard. Like nobody was doing those on League Start. You have an opt-out button at the end of every single wave. If you do what I'm definitely going to do, which is just keep hitting the go forward button, you will fail all of them all the time. I'm gonna do it. But you're not meant to. You're not meant to. Yeah, I might cash out on like 6 links or something, but...
You can.
Oh, you must have encountered.
Avoid here to suckle the mobs into one place. All levels felt the same, even early. Nice. Actually, that void sphere tech that we were using on
My sister, you've done
on
yourself
Tota,
proud today.
probably really good for Ultimatum. Make Arcanist Brand would work with it. There's very and testing Arcanist Brand with different builds. Nice. I was thinking Ultimate G's, yeah.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Imagine. Imagine. Imagine if it was good still. Have a good day. Yeah. Not gonna pick up the 3 one-handers to level gem swaps. Not gonna progress long enough to be able to swap gems. This is the same for the next 4 days. This is PoE in the background. It's just Temple Run. So we can chat about whatever we like. Probably all about Affliction. Why do so many uniques come with stupid downsides? because somebody high up over at GDG decided that it was only fun if it also had a downside. They were wrong. But tomorrow you could replay the same VOD and just talk over the top of it. Literally. I'm working from home because I'm still testing positive. I don't know about that. Feel being caught. Tomorrow will be no game today. For like 30 gems. Oh, I can't wait to look at gems. I'm really excited to look at gems. I was real excited to look at gems today, but we didn't get any. Rip. That's okay. Icicle Mines. I'm not playing Icicle Mines. Oh, as in we got the Icicle Mine thing. Right. As in we got that one gem. You're right. It actually looks pretty good. It's good. Like it had some good. It's a good gem, but it was just one gem, and I was thinking we were gonna get like 10 or 20 gems. And in that list, there might have been something I cared about. But it was just Icicle Mines. Very cute kill bonus, especially for Warlock. Really? Why? What was the surprise in there? I don't remember reading any surprises. Anyone got any suggestion for breach farmers? I think I might farm stones to get other people their stones. Bows. What do you mean? Breach farming? You're a deadeye. Anything Ignite Prolif is also really good. Hey Bella, what would you start in a Bro Self-Play League, assuming you're starting a couple of days late? I have no idea. If it's just like supposed to be 2 of you or whatever, that would be when I'd be looking at Guardian SRS, because it's much stronger before you can go poison, and without a small amount of economy, it'll be a lot harder to go poison. Again, it's a 4-man private league. Why don't all 4 of you just come join us in the Balor private league?
I need more pockets. Private league is merged into the main league. Yes.
It's really not as cult-like as he makes it sound. Do I make it sound cult-like? One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us. Do you plan on playing SRS during the league? I will be posting the video about what you should do with SRS without tattoos. Do I plan on playing it in the private league? If I get my hands on a replica Covenant, I'm going to try again with the Guardian version, because I think a replica Covenant has a chance to save that and make it actually good, instead of just like perceived good, which is what it currently is. It's not really actually good. Just a few people think it's good, but they're wrong. But it might actually be good if a replica Covenant's involved, so I might test it if I get my hands on one of them.
Have you ever heard much of the Marrakech legend?
Yes? Yes.
You'd be doing a video on the lightning arrow for Affliction League. Nope. That seems to be already covered pretty well, and I'm not going to be playing it. They did confirm it was a replica, not a fake replica like Dragonfang. I mean, they didn't have to. It wasn't like a posted unique. It was in the video in a case in Heist. So the neck annoys me a lot. I'm not gonna lie, it really annoys me a lot too. Like, why is it called a replica Dragonfang? Why? It doesn't come from Heist. Don't call it replica. Replicas come from Heist. First time playing in the league. Hopefully it still works. This last video made me feel a bit safer. You don't have to worry now. The notes that came out today, 100% confirmed exactly what I said in my video. So for all the people in the comments of the video just being like, Baylor's wrong about this, it's clearly not the case. They were all wrong.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I'm getting way too much of a kick out of that. I need to rein that in. That's some like I want to ego on them in the comments, and that's not a good look or necessary. I gotta rein that shit in. Rein it in, Baylor. I'm putting into the patch notes today. It wasn't patch notes. It was like a like their FAQ doc or whatever. RAQ doc. If you're right, you're right. It's a good sentence and all, but if you're right and an asshole about it, it doesn't matter that you are right. That's not how I see it, but I'm aware that that's how everyone else sees it. So I'm trying to adapt. We're working on it. We're working on it. not the fucking way. What in the balls? Wait, was it really that one down there? I thought that was the Forbidden Archive. Holy shit, the comments on the SRS video. Oh, it's full of comments about how wrong I am. Oh, and those. Yeah, and the anti-nails. Which, by the way, are new. I got new nails today. They're purple and sparkly, except one silver. I went back to that. New nails. They're very pretty.
Just need a moment to catch my...
It looks like you nailed it. Ah. Nice. Oh, there's a way to get removed immediately. Goodbye, buddy. Oh, Shads was nicer than me. He did it for an amount of time. I just hit the perm button. That doesn't usually happen. Normally, I'm the one that's too nice. I literally missed. Did you misclick? Did you also mean for that to be permanent? What did you say about Poison SRS? I thought the more move killed Poison. Nope. Poison SRS is exactly the same as it was before. Everybody misread the patch notes. It is not their fault. The patch notes was deathly confusing. It is super reasonable that people thought what they thought. I was also concerned about it, but it's fine. Everything is fine. The only thing negatively affected by that change is minion instability. It was worded horrendously bad and confusingly, and I'm not mad at anyone for misunderstanding it. Being built into the attack now instead of being generic? Yes. A lot of people read that as like it wouldn't work for additive damage. Like Envy and the Covenant, for instance, would lose 38% of their things. And then a lot of people read it as, oh, it's only going to affect melee attacks. Therefore, the poison that comes from the hit is also not going to work. So they were thinking that it was going to be like a pretty decent nerf. Which is like really, really reasonable to have thought. Like, I get it. I understand how that happened. That's not what that means, but I understand why someone might think that that's what it means. But aren't the patch notes worded horribly? Honestly, most of them were worded pretty well this time. Like, to be fair, there weren't that many confusing things there.
You killed.
They've definitely been pretty shit at wording things in the past, but this set of patch notes was all pretty clear. Except that SRS thing. Like, I think most of it was pretty good. Like, I'm really quite happy. I actually think they did a great job. Look, the penance gram paragraph is as clear as it possibly can be for a skill that's that fucking confusing. They probably didn't need to start it with the sentence, "We've simplified Penance Brand," and then give us a fucking novella about how Penance Brand works now. It's probably the wrong sentence in the front. Recently, it's not a lie. It's not a lie, but definitely simpler. Yeah. Am I the minority of people upset by the change? It was a better base activation frequency and it'd have been fine. I think you are the minority if you're upset by it, yeah. Just make it ignite Perlif. Clear
Just
fixed.
need a moment to catch my breath.
SFB. There's no way those are the same thing. I couldn't help myself. Sorry. The reason I want to go Poisonous Arrest is because it really could be early Sanctums. Yeah, it is. As soon as you can make the poison transition, it then is great in Sanctums. Okay, we do not have the Trans RF gem yet. $81 signups now. Sweet. So hopefully the goal is to break 100 people, like have more than 100, because you always know that like a portion of people will leave within the first week, and it'd be great if we had like, you know, 80-ish people still playing for the majority of the time to keep like enough stuff going on. And it'll be rainbow colored? No, it's colored the same generic color. Like the blue gems are still blue, but if you look at the gem from today, you can see that they're very different blues. Trying to get my group to sign up. Sweet, do it. Unless you're colorblind, then rip. Okay. There's a dude gardening to the left here. Holy fuck! I've never in my life seen the dude gardening. I have never ever seen the dude gardening in this town. What's different about the private league from being in public? There will be no trading for currency. There's no such thing as getting rich or being poor. It is a true group self-found league. You don't have to play with other people, but you will take things from other people when they don't need them. We'll still be using the trade site so that we can search for stuff and whatnot, but you'll take stuff from other people, give away stuff you don't need for your build. It's just a big group found league. No worrying about currency, just play and work together. Big group. Come join with 100 friends. Communist league. Yep. There's rowers in the top right garden. There's a top right garden. I mean, this is top right. There's nothing there. Left of here. Yo! There's a dude back here doing gardening as well. I knew that there were people here. Like, not people. I knew that there was like large beasts here. But I didn't realize there was somebody gardening up there as well. Huh. How will we search for items on the market in the private league? So you will still list everything in a private league just like you do now, right? You'll have it just set as public and you still have to set a price. Doesn't matter what price, you just have to set a price. And then on the normal trade website, if you've joined a private league, there'll be it'll be in the list, you know, where you normally look at like softcore trade or hardcore trade. Your private league will be there and you'll just be able to search everything that's on the market. The only difference is when you message someone for an item that you want from the market, you're just going to rock up and take it from them. You're not going to rock up and pay them for it. Whatever they're priced it at is irrelevant. You're just going to rock up and take it. And then the same thing with your items. You get good shit that isn't for your build that you don't need right now or whatever. It's on the market. Somebody come and take it from you.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Calamity, thank you for the 43 months.
Getting close to the 4 years of subs. When do I get my replica Balor dildo?
You know, I've made one of them before. I'd make one again for the right price. So we will also have the trade league set up. We will also have the trade league, we will also have the guild bank set up so that everybody who's in the guild will have access to a bunch of things. Like we'll probably have a quad tab full of like replica alt quality gems and like replica uniques that you can like browse through and take if you're going to use it for a build and shit like that. We'll probably have a tab full of 6 links if they're common enough to have a tab full of them. Right, like all of that sort of shit. That we'll have the map stash tab. Hopefully people will dump all the maps they don't need in. I will. And hopefully the people behind them will be able to get completion really easy because we'll have a map stash tab. But also, people who are not in the guild that don't have access to the stash tab, you're not ruled out of all of the gear we've got in there. It's just that I can't give you a league-wide stash tab that doesn't exist. So anyone in the guild is welcome to and encouraged to pull something out of the guild bank that somebody else wants that's in the league. Right? Just somebody's like, hey, are there any strength/ES 6 links available? You could just pull them out of the guild bank and give them to anyone in the league. It's all... If I could give you the option to have a league-wide tab instead of a guild-wide tab, I'd do that, but it's not a functionality we have, so...
You have done well. A mother's key. Remember, humanity needs us.
There's going to be like 10 officers also, or more. Yeah. So even the things that are under lock and key, there will be some tabs that are under lock and key with the very expensive items. Like if there's an omniscience or an ashes lying around and no one's currently using it, those will be like in an officer only tab. But that's not to keep them away from anyone. Still, anybody can take it. It's just that we want to make sure that if you take it, you're actually using it. And like you're using it like you've got a build that will actually benefit from the thing. And we want to be able to track where those expensive things go in case somebody's like, I'm going to pick up these 2 ashes that are in the guild bank and then I'm just going to fuck off to trade with them. Bye, everybody. Like we need to know who to punish if you do that, right? We need to know who to not let in next time if you're someone who does that sort of shit. Can we start up a second guild if there's no room in the OG one? So far, we haven't run out of room, so cross that bridge when we come to it. Missed the first guy, did I? No, I didn't. Actually have a guild I played with for years, otherwise I'd be down. It's absolutely, I would like it if they let you join more than one guild to begin with, but it's absolutely fine to not be in the guild. Absolutely fine. It'll make it a little awkward for you to browse the guild tab, which is why most stuff won't be there. To be clear, most stuff is just going to be in people's private tabs listed on trade for you to look through. It's just going to be like the collection of replicas or the collection of alt quality things and whatnot. And if you do not have access to the guild bank, everybody in the guild is encouraged to just hand the shit out to you. Okay? Like it's not, this is not a guild specific thing. It's just, that's the limitations we live under right now. Like that's...
I should have known better. I'm afraid the only option here for me.
I'd have made a little more show of it. I'd have made a little more show of it.
The foundations are shifting, Exile. But I doubt you.
Exile.
Is someone gonna make a private league filter? Yeah, me. What do you mean? What do you mean? There'll be a private league module and there'll be a private league filter. So there'll be a private league filter if you just want to be lazy and copy my filters like always, but there'll also be a specific private league module that you can add into your own filter if you want to.
Be careful.
So the problem with having them in a personal stash is twofold. Right now, there is currently no way, this might be changed, but right now there is no way to search for alt quality gems of the new gems. You can't, there is no option. So if there's an option on trade, that'll help. But the second thing is, then they're all locked behind whoever's our lab runners have just got stashes full of gems, and if they're offline, you can't get any. Whereas if they're in the guild bank, everyone in the guild has access to them all the time, which means half the league can get in them. They can just pull them out and give them to whoever wants. So they become a lot more available in that aspect. Across the 2 different melee builds, I'll try to get Starforge. I wouldn't rely on Starforge, it's pretty rare. They leave a current build, you right click on your own profile in the guild tab and leave guild is just an option. Starforge is also terrible these days. Yeah, Void Forge is better, right? Two, three, they're gonna run back to me. There's permission for putting expensive shit on our Animate Guardian. I mean, the only expensive shit to put on an Animate Guardian could be either the chests or a Kingmaker. I don't know about permission. I don't really want to be like, I'm not like the arbiter of what you're allowed to do with your character. I don't like that, but I think you should follow the same general rules for putting expensive gear on your Animate Guardian that you do in a trade league. Don't use them unless you're already geared enough that your Animate Guardian will not die. Right? Like, you're not going to put a Kingmaker on when you don't have like a level 24 or 25 Animate Guardian with in a 3-link with all the right gear on that like you're not going to put a Kingmaker on him until he's geared, right? Like until you're geared and he's geared and he's like ready to take expensive items. You should follow that same pattern in here, right? Yeah, Benjamin, just whisper me at BalorMage. I'll invite anybody. What the fuck is going on? Where's the boss man? You coming or what, bud? I definitely haven't lost 3 Kingmakers to my own stupidity. I have to, but... Minimal testing, map completion. See if the div card works. I think that as soon as you complete any tier 16 map on standard, you complete every single map on the entire atlas. My love. Like it just auto completes in a big line. It'll just fill your screen with you've completed, you've completed, you've completed, you've completed.
For this ugly world, I shall find you in the next.
Legacy maps, if it's not a legacy map, you're fine. Oh, really? Is that the thing they put on it? If you complete a legacy map, it just completes everything. Okay. That's pretty good, I guess. Because you can always convert your legacy maps into current maps whenever you want, right? So if you don't want that, if you don't want to complete everything on standard, just convert all your maps and run regular maps that are current. I still have all my parchment maps, they'll never die. Right. Permanent power with an Animate Guardian sectors should up minion life or meat shield? Minion life. Minion life is just an increase. It's not a more. Whereas meat shield is less damage taken and keeps him closer to you. It's a lot more important than minion life is.
Now that was satisfying. Just need a moment to catch my...
Also, I think you get more life. Oh wait, minion life is a more multiplier now. Is it? Wait. Why would you run an Empower with your Animate Guardian? Why would you do that? For what reason? If minion life is a more multiplier now and it's got 49%, there's no chance you can drop either of those support gems. You don't get to run Empower. Yeah, multi-OP. Wow, if it's actually 49% more of madness, might actually be fantastic this league. Because it was already pretty good. 20%. It was always more. Was it always more?
Godslayer.
I thought it was increased. Are you sure? I mean, I've always used it. Huh. It has always been more. Huh. Interesting.
Godslayer.
I don't see a world where I replace that with Empower. I just don't see that happening. In Mage Private League, I'll be delving as much as possible. Nice. We need some ools floating around. As well as like plenty of other things from Delve, like curse on hit rings and shit.
The shadows are lifting at last. The corruption will pass.
Ah.
Type of nodes to hit whenever I see them. So ools and whatnot, all of the important ones are from the bosses. The other things that you're going to want to hit are minion nodes, cold nodes, fire nodes. And curse, I guess.
Bye.
You're almost going to want to hit every specialty node you see, to be honest. Because there's like very few people will be delving. And not only are there specific delve drops that are relatively important but usually cheap and irrelevant, but also there's a really high chance to get fractures when you do those specific nodes, and a decent shot that it fractures the specific mod that you're after as well. You can skip like Beyond Harvest Beasts and stuff like that. Oh yeah, you can skip all that shit, but like all the other stuff. Actually, curse on hit is a pretty penny early. I mean, nothing's a pretty penny in this league.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What's a map with common boss div card drop? A common one? I have no idea. Did some mechanics tabs like flight, league, currency, etc. But like for the guild? Probably. But that sounds an awful lot like a Balor problem. How long do primary exams without extending them? 10 days. They're extended in 10-day increments. We'll definitely be doing more than 10 days. But they're extended in 10-day increments. CJ Johnson, I feel like you're having a conversation on your own. Like to nobody. I don't understand what's going on here at all. Quality gems. Please drop, let me know. Especially these two. There's definitely a place for like what uniques you need.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
The souls.
Okay. Okay. So that's just like our first YouTube troll, right? Is that... I don't know how to do anything about that on YouTube. Well, I don't know what that did. It was supposed to, it was just said put this user in timeout. I didn't want to block him. But it then didn't give me an option for a time. It just did it. So... just deleted that entire person. Well, I just wanted to time out for like 20 minutes or a day or something like that. I pressed the put user in timeout button and no menu showed up and no options showed up and it just went, boom, gone. And it's like, wait, what? That's not what I meant to do. He just won the world champions of timeouts.
Just need a moment to catch my
breath. This is here, yes. Yeah, a YouTube troll. I apologize to Twitch. You can't see the chat. It's just a dude. Just a dude trolling. Can I set up my filter modules now, like colors and stuff, for during a practice run? Yeah, you can set up modules for whatever you want. If you plan on using your own filters, you don't need to set up modules. You can just set up your entire own filter how you like it and save it and apply my module to it. You don't even need modules. I want to get your attention set at you on Twitch. I should just say fuck over here. Okay, no one else was able to read that. I'll work on that. I'll fix YouTube shit tonight. We'll fix YouTube stuff. We'll see what's going up with the sub options over there so people can become YouTube members. We didn't get any of those today, but I'm pretty sure the notifications for them are scuffed as fuck too. I think they're like half off the screen. Like I didn't set that up right. Like it still goes through, but it's like half off the screen and all weird looking. So I'll fix that. We'll get a bot in there and we'll try and fix the chats not working. I'll do all that shit tonight after stream. Not that PoE is a game that can be beaten, but I think somebody might be able to correct me if I'm wrong. But I think if you were to have to pick someone who was like the first person to beat the game, that would have to be Havoc with the first ever level 100, right? Like the first person to beat the game would have to be the first ever level 100, which was Havoc. Like, it's not really a game that can be beaten, but if you had to say who's the first person to ever beat the game, it would have to be the first person to ever reach level 100, right? I think that's fair.
At last.
Because like, also the first level 100 was way fucking harder than like 100. Level 100 is a joke now. Like level 100 is not an achievement anymore for some reason. Like it still is, but like comparatively speaking, like comparatively speaking, level 100 is so easy compared to when Havoc did it the first time ever, right? Goose. Thank you for the 18 months 37. Oh. Rituals a talisman? I actually don't know.
I need more pockets.
Well,
Dream.
good tidings to you. Ready to go?
Game can't be beaten. What about Tide 23? You won 2 races, killed Shaper at level 34, and then quit PoE and got buff. I mean,
welcome ye to audience.
To be the first person who completed all of the challenges. I don't even know who that is. I'm going to say it can't be the first person to complete all the challenges because that didn't make enough headway for me to like know that it is even a thing that happened, let alone who did it. But I know who did first level 100, Emma. So that must be more important.
It is good. Remember, humanity needs us.
First level 100 10 years ago. Jesus, was it really 10 years ago? What was it like in the old days, Grandpa? How do I explain how much harder level 100 used to be? During Legion League, more than 3 times the amount of level 100 characters that had ever existed became level 100 during Legion League. So there was like several years worth of the game beforehand. And then Legion League became 75% of the level 100s. And it's only gotten easier from there. So...
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Was insanely hard.
Local, need your aid.
ain't no place for no hero. It really does feel like Pyroclast Mind is just a build on its own and not just a leveling build for Hexblast. Like, it does seem pretty good. Haven't got any of my friends hooked on PoE yet. Yeah, excited about Affliction with me. Ah, well.
Got another one for
Keep working on them. Keep working on them.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
This ain't no place for no little man. Ain't no place for no hero. Call home. It's a Borderland song. I don't know if it's in Borderland or not. It's called Short Change Hero. And it's been out for like, I want to say like 15 years. But that's just like a feeling.
The Bannon is... You return from your hunt triumphant. Then Violenta is dead. I wish I... For freedom.
The music channel? There is none.
Ah, good. If you are to go wandering, good luck out there.
Released in 2009.
Well,
Holy fuck, you're old.
Time and tide. Wait.
If you're thinking about dying...
2009. It's like a few years ago. It's fine. It's still in the 2000s. This is like just happened. It was like 3 months ago, right? It's like a few months ago. Certainly not 14 years. No, not 14 years. That wouldn't make any sense. I need help. I turned 40 this year. Ah, you turned 30 this year with 10 years of experience.
Yes. Remember, we do this for freedom. Well met.
Are you ready for the vape ban? If by ready for the vape ban, do you mean I own like 100 vapes and then just plan on quitting when they run out? Then yes.
Good tidings to you.
40, that's cute. Wait till you're over 60. There's a fucking 0% chance that Alexia is over 50. Zero over 60 either. Absolutely no way. Absolutely not. I refuse to believe.
Time and tide wait for no man.
Absolutely not.
Long day.
Alright. However, too much shit to do. I gotta make a video. I gotta fix all the YouTube shit tonight, and I gotta be up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we're gonna have short streams. It's gonna be time. I'm so fucking excited for next league. I want to sleep from now until Saturday and just wake up. And just wake up and start playing. I can't. There's too much to do. But I want to. I want to. Before you go, league start flowchart. Sorry for. Oh, okay. Okay. It's gonna be a bit fucking. I wish it had grey background. Oh, the flowchart. Start here. What do you think about the balance changes? Too weird. I just want something easy. New or old? Old. And clunky you're okay with. I don't give a fuck. Explosive arrow, ballista, elementalist. A little bit. Frostbite, ignite. Alright, new. Minion, sure. Raging spirits, guardian, gross. Oh no. Nope. How do you feel about ignite? I don't like it. Splitting shield champ, it's fine. You want a big ass laser? Obviously, divine iron. No, I'm dumb and boring. Ugh. I just want it to be mailer. Do you want to enter the bone zone? No. Cyclone / shockwave. You know it. Bone zone. Extra remember to put flicker on this one. That is the least interesting flicker stack build you could recommend. 5 lightning strike, flicker, guardian. You can also play this with static strike or cyclone if you're lame. I want something weird, so if it turns out to be terrible, I can blame the meta shakeup. Do you think Jungro's builds a bait? No, Armageddon brand spill slinger saboteur. I don't know what that means. Do you want to deal with cooldowns and extra buttons? Fine. Armageddon brand. No. 5 relic flickers guardian. Okay. Not here. Look what they did to my meta. What build do you wish was still good? Cold dot. Do Winterbrand Elementalist, but it will fall off. What build do you wish was still good? RF. Honestly, it might still work. It might not be as good, especially mid to early. Lean more on Fire Trap until you can get the Life ES scaling high enough. Also, make sure it's an Inquisitor. Inquisitors will still be fine. Spark Inquisitor. Do Crackling Lance Inquisitor. Seems like it'll be pretty good. ED, which build do you wish is good? ED Contagion. Lol. Lamau even. This guy makes this chart every league and it's always good. I don't know. I'm just here to kill stuff. The usual. Explosions. Explosions. What kind? Flesh. Bleed blow gladiator. Okay. Evil. Occultist death. Death's oath. Right. Caustic arrow death's oath occultist. Can I just have like normal explosions? Detonate, dead, ignite, elementalist. Blowing up dead bodies is not normal. Hey, take it up with the dev. I'm just a bored guy with MS Paint. Explosions. I prefer to shoot stuff. Shoot what? Arrows? Bleed glad. Lightning arrow, dead or artillery ballista, or both. By shoot, I mean throw. Knives. Cobra Lash or Venom Gaia. Yep. Knives but in a circle. Poison Blade Vortex Pathfinder. Actually, that's conjuring, not throwing. There's a little face there. Yeah, this is pretty good. Why is build on this list? It sucks. I, or a streamer I stole / borrowed from, disagreed. Why is build not on the list? It's great. I probably just forgot. When you make one like negative after the round of my flame, I got burned out in the whole community and unsubbed and just played the game. It was way better. Luckily, everyone seems way more chill this time. Nice. Alright, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Any chance you can give me feedback on this Atlas tree? God damn it, I was trying to log off, but yes. Let's have a look at the Atlas tree first. Let's see, what are we doing? Betrayal, but not well. Ultimatum, we're doing that well. Harvest, we're doing that well. Seven step really right here? Not seventh gate, sorry. Is this gate really right? No, it's not. 2 points connects you right there. You get 1% duplicate. Ta-da. Same amount of points. Might as well have duplicate. Those gates are rarely the move. Sometimes they're okay. But very rarely. Normally they're actually just baiting you. If you're looking at your Atlas tree and you've got a gate in, you should look at how to take it out because it's probably better. Sometimes it's worth, but usually not. I can't use a life flask on full life with Master Surgeon because you don't have a suffix. So you can only activate a life flask when you're on full life if you have a suffix that does something that could have an effect on that life flask. If you have no suffix on the life flask that has like any effect, you actually can't activate it while you're on full life, whether you have Master Surgeon or not. Well, you can't really queue it, Agent A. It's just that you can spam it and it won't use any charges until you get hit, and then you'll be able to use a charge. It's not really queued, but... yeah, there's this way to fix the gate, which I like more, but it's 3 points, so it does cost you 1 extra point, but it makes that 1 point worth 2% quantity instead of like that's a better way, but for now you can just do that to keep the thing down. Yeah, I'm even okay with those, to be honest. Is there a way to get over here? I'd love to get over here. It's weird to not be here if you're in the harvest tree. What can I drop to get over there? It's Syndicate. It's Syndicate that you drop, by the way. I think you start with a tree like this while you're getting your unveils done and whatnot. And as soon as your unveils are done and you're ready, I think you drop all your Syndicate stuff like this. I think you get rid of all of that and you use it to use those extra points to get in over here. Motherfucker, those two. Not those two. To get in here and like target you some correct
Get your
juice
magic
or
flame
whatever.
characters ready.
But otherwise, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think that's actually pretty good. Swap total points around just to go the other way, less points. Swap the topical points around just to go the other way, less points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it's the same amount of points, but it's also not the same amount of points because then it's 1 to connect instead of 2. Good catch. Good catch. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Okay. 1, 1. No. I also wouldn't skip that. So, in my experience with little juice at the beginning, 2 of these wheels is like enough. It's like the minimum. But if you can get 3, that feels a lot better. Obviously, like later on, all 4 watchstones and, you know, like juicing stuff, you can drop them later and whatnot, but hold the phone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's no good. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's no good. 1, 2 for 1, 2. Can't swap that either. Gates. Gates save 2 points. How? Show me the gate saving 2 points. The middle gate next to the yellow, but here? Oh. Oh. Okay, so you're right. Technically that saves 2 points. But that means the 1 of the 2 points you've saved is 2% quant and the other one is 1% chance to duplicate maps. It's still not worth it. Like, that's still not worth it. Yeah, alright, I'm happy with that. Otherwise, I think you're fine leaving this wheel off to start with. Not this wheel. This wheel off to start with. But when you feel done with Syndicate Crafts, get rid of those, use those extra points to get over there. Can you link this back, please? Sure. My thoughts on this one? Shit, okay, I'm gonna keep looking at things I was supposed to get off. There's a lot of blocking involved here. Weird to not take that. Notable when you're right there. Oh, this is just straight boss rush. Boss rush, except you want to get juice at the same time. Right? I mean, if this is boss rush... Over that tree before, do you think I can still start with your wandering path one? Yes. So, boss rushing with juice, great idea. Trying to add infinite delirium to it, bad idea. It's just going to slow you down. It's not that you couldn't do them both at the same time, but like, I don't think you should. I think you would benefit a lot more from dropping all of this and then duplicating nodes with all of those points. Like, there's your extra maps right there. Grab those and duplicate. Chance the one you just took off. Yeah, but I also just took off all the deli nodes. I don't... Would we be fine for cluster jewels? I mean, the answer is I don't really know. The answer is I don't really know, but this tree isn't suited to that anyway. You could do safe ass stuff on completion. But yeah, I just wouldn't. Because like this is really good, especially if we need them, because you just don't run normal ones, right? You only, like, it tells you when they're the good ones, so you don't waste time. There's a little more chance of... Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, you do. That's just who I am this week. But yeah, from here I'd literally just fill it out with duplicate nodes. Like duplicate fucking everywhere. You could never have too many duplicate nodes when your top of your tree looks like this. You just can't. Also, you can make it a little bit easier if you struggle early at all by connecting through duplicate nodes instead of some of the top hat. You still have to come in one side, but you can do that to begin with. You might want to explain that because Twitch can't see me, right? Right, yeah. Yeah, the deli node isn't good here, but you want the 2% chance to drop clusters from bosses because it's how you get more 84 clusters. Is what Sukru was saying. I don't know how to pronounce that. I promise I will fix these things tonight. We will get chat working properly in both places. But yeah, that's how you get cluster jewels. That's why people take that, because you get the 84 clusters from the boss. 84 plus. Sukhoi. Thank you. If Ashes is expensive in this league, farming Eda just for an invitation, just the invitations is strat? Yep. Delirious unique monsters in your map have a 2% chance to drop an additional cluster jewel. Yes, Ruckus should work with that. Delirious unique monsters. Not delirium monsters, just delirious unique. So yes, I want to say yes. I think the chat thing with restream issue is affecting multiple people. Well, it's been days now, so if it hasn't been fixed, I need to find a replacement. But that's that'll be a problem for now, actually, immediately after stream. But yeah, otherwise happy with that. Don't need to send it back. God damn it. Okay, Pineapple. Just because it's you. What the fudge knuckle is happening here? That's an odd looking tree. I hate this. I know this costs more points, but that's 10% chance for harvest. I'd rather do that. I know it costs more points, but like, I actually don't think any of these nodes are bad. So... Pineapples use the gates and I don't want to take them out. That's weird. I don't think I want to take that gate out. See, sometimes you can build a tree that the gate is useful on. It's not often. Usually you want to take the gate out. But I'm not clicking Blakey's link. That is for sure a crab or some meme. For sure. 100%. This does not count as got it if I click on this. I don't get the meme. I don't see what he drew. It is just like a little bit of everything though. Yeah, Pineapple, I'm happy. Good work. The only thing is I really do feel like these nodes are worth taking. I also feel like this node is worth taking. Same as I personally think these nodes are worth taking when you do Harbinger. Like I'd be doing them as well. Not till later, but... that expedition wheel is worth it. Is the other thing over here. I also quite often end up getting this whole wheel, but you know. Varied knowledge. Oh. Oh, I didn't realize we didn't have that. Yeah, you definitely need that. Okay, now it's too many points. Well, is it though? Because I took these extra ones. And really, you can do this to start with. It's still 117. That's still a lot of points. Okay, actually, this might be spread too thin. This actually might be spread too thin. Need 7th gate. You don't need 7th gate. Essences are fine without it, and not everyone in the league has to be farming 7th gate essences. She'll have plenty of essences. She'll have all of mine and probably half the leagues. Because she's a crafter. Yeah, she's happy to spend time in maps. I think this is too spread. I think you have to pick a mechanic to drop. You don't get up to this syndicate wheel, and you don't get out to this harvest wheel, syndicate, expedition wheel, and you don't get over here. I think you have to pick something to drop. What if you just don't do essences yourself? What if you just don't do essences yourself? Is that fine? You'll get plenty of essences from us anyway. Then you can take whatever it is you want from here. You've got access to these wheels. God damn it, stop trying to go around the back, you piece of shit. You got access to that wheel. And it's really actually not bad at all, early league, to gate over here to be able to do red altars if you want to. Like, it's actually not bad.
Get your magic find characters ready.
And then later on, when you don't want red anymore, you just take away the gate and change into blue, right? And now we're at a pretty reasonable amount of points with everything taken. You just have to drop essences to do it. You've even got enough points to make that swap, which I think is better. Anthrax TV, thank you very much for the Prime. Oh, I didn't untick that gateway. Sorry. Can't stop now. Too close to the daily. I have to stop now. I've got too many things to do, and I have to be up at 6 tomorrow. And I need to get YouTube shit working tonight before I go to sleep, because I don't even know if I get to be on the computer at all tomorrow, let alone stream.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Alexia, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. That was not a ploy to get it to fill up. I've been trying to log off for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe. It just kept creeping closer. But also thank you. I was going to ask if we actually need anything from Harvey. I mean, yes. Annuls, fracturing orbs, all sorts of things. Ancient orbs, yeah. Do we need fracturing orbs? So need is a strong word. Instead of asking, do we need fracturing orbs? Why don't we ask if Pineapple needs fracturing orbs? Because I think she'll say yes. She'll say, yes. Yes, I actually do. But also, like, quite a lot of us are picking essences. I'll be doing essences. A whole bunch of us will be doing essences. And I will feed my essences to her. That one wasn't intentional. That felt... You know what? I'm okay with it. We're going to stick with it. I'm lean into it. It's fine. Wish you for half a second. I realized about halfway through the sentence, and then I just made the decision to say the rest of the sentence anyway. Heard a lot that SRS Guardian doesn't scale well. Does that mean that it doesn't scale to 100% delirium, or worse, that it caps at red maps? It falls behind at around about mid red maps. You can kill the 2 things with it and get your 2 watchstones, and up until that point you've been skirting in front of SRS by in front of Necromancer by like 30 or 40%. And then as soon as like at that level of gearing, you'll be doing about 3 million DPS, which is still enough, where your Necromancer does about 2 million DPS, which is significantly less. And then the next level of investment, your Necromancer goes poison, and you don't have that option. And so you do 3.5 mil, because you invested more, and the Necromancer does 9. And that gap just keeps growing. You can keep investing, and Guardian does keep getting better, and it can be good enough. But as soon as you can make the poison change, Necro just fucking flies up. A lot of people are making Guardian SRS look really, really good because they're only pushing it to the Eater and Exarch quest kills, which is before it drops off. That is easy content. I can do that on my Deadeye. I can do that on all of the builds. It hasn't fallen off yet. And so they're making it look really good because it is stronger up to that point. But it drops off a cliff. And SRS and Poison SRS scales to the moon. So like they're making it look really good by stopping the progression before it drops off and then being like, look at this great build. But like if you just do poison, you're a little bit slower to begin with and then you scale to the moon. All right, so like just do the poison thing. Like I don't know. I mean, that being said, if like 15 people want to start poisoning in our private league, that's going to be a problem because then we're going to need 15 swords and that could take a while. So, okay. All right. We're actually doing it now. I'm actually running away now to go work on fixing YouTube's stuff. All right. How's the Bowboy supposed to cheese rage when they nerfed comb gloves? Just not supposed to. I always hated the rage setup anyway. I pushed against it pretty hard and tried not to use it most of the time. Never liked it to begin with. Alright. Goodbye! Goodbye!